Chapter 26-29. The Big Kraken had been properly settled, and the core mountain gate of Chunyang Palace had also been settled. It could be regarded as a major event of the sect. Because of the cooperation, Ancestor Lu and others had become very familiar with each other. Everyone was basically friends. Even Neza and the Dragon Clan were not mortal enemies now. It was not uncommon to see Neza drinking with a certain Dragon Clan master. In short, it was a happy situation. These things were already very happy, but the most surprising thing was the changes in the mountain river geographical map. Ancestor Lu and others often entered and exited the mountain river geographical map. The changes brought by these masters were not small, but it was not balanced. However, when the Big Kraken entered the mountain river geographical map, the mountain river geographical map immediately became different. First of all, the territorial space of the immortal realm had directly expanded by at least tens of millions of miles. The Big Kraken itself had a spatial improvement attribute, and the expansion of the space was only the most basic benefit that the Big Kraken brought to the mountain river geographical map. Another very obvious benefit was that the immortal realm had become more stable, and there was a faint sign of becoming a higher level than the spatial magic treasure. The immortal realm in the mountain river geographical map was not like the mortal world and the spiritual world. Both the mortal world and the spiritual world had absorbed and refined the complete demon realm and monster realm. They were all very complete realms. Only the immortal realm was still at the level of a spatial magic treasure. There was no way to upgrade it to the level of a complete realm, and it was not even a half realm. However, after the Big Kraken came in, it was obvious that the overall level had been improved, and it began to rush in the direction of a half-realm. Although it was not known how long this change would take, perhaps it would take thousands of years or even longer, as long as there was this trend of change, it was better than anything else. Inside the mountain river geographical map, it was very easy for the third primordial spirit to get a part of the living soil full of devil chi and monster chi to the immortal realm, not to mention that the Big Kraken had a unique ability to cross space. The Big Kraken easily ate a large piece of living soil with a radius of at least 10,000 miles. It had to be said that the devil chi and monster chi were too powerful. Even with the size of the Big Kraken, it could only eat so much at one time. Just eating it was not enough. It would take a long time to refine it to eliminate the changes brought by the devil chi and monster chi. If you can find another dimension worth expanding and complete the three realms, those auras won't be much of a problem. The Great Kuan also felt that it was unrealistic to rely on its own ability to dispel the devil chi and demon chi, so it once again gave Yang Chen a huge surprise. As long as the three realms are in balance, those auras will naturally become balanced. Everything in the world needed balance the most. No matter which aspect was outstanding, it would develop in the direction of balance. This was also the common characteristic of a complete world. The drawback of the geographical map of mountains and rivers happened to be here. The three realms were still missing one, so it was impossible to construct a complete world. Yang Chen had always had the thought of mending the three realms, but it had never been as urgent as it was now. At the thought that as long as he could repair the three realms, the devil chi and demonic chi would slowly be balanced, and he would no longer have to worry about the excessive negative aura that would lead to the destruction of living beings. Yang Chen wished he could solve it immediately. Where could one find a complete world? The immortal world itself was definitely not desirable. Even if Yang Chen dared to think about it, the vast majority of cultivators would not be willing. However, in addition to the immortal world itself, Yang Chen only knew of the sacred world and the half-divine world that the Zhao family was still operating. In the sacred world, there were definitely old monsters at the Dao ancestor level. There was no need to think about it. The only place that could be targeted was the divine world that was controlled by the Zhao family. However, except for the core direct descendants of the Zhao family, no one knew where the divine world was. Even the leader of the Zhao family's team that attacked Ancestor Lu was captured and questioned for a long time by Ancestor Lu, but they did not get any useful information from him. In the end, they could only kill him. It could be said that the divine world was now the only remaining base of the Zhao family in the three realms. It was also the only capital for their revival. It was absolutely covered up tightly, and no mistakes were allowed. If they wanted to wait for the Zhao family to reveal a flaw, they could only wait for the next time they made a move. However, Yang Chen also believed that the Zhao family would not let them wait for too long. This time, the Zhao family dispatched almost 10,000 people, among which there were thousands of elites. They were the elites of the family. All of them were killed by the big Kuan at one time. It was definitely a loss that would make the Zhao family want to cry but have no tears. Even if it was to boost morale, they had to make a big scene. In this way, it was estimated that the Chunyang Palace that caused the Zhao family to suffer heavy losses would be the first to bear the brunt. Therefore, while the Zhao family had not received the complete news, Yang Chen and the others had to rush back to Chunyang Palace as soon as possible. At least, they had to arrange for the core disciples of Chunyang Palace to be here at the core mountain gate. On the way back, the Dragon Clan's ancestor drove his shuttle and brought everyone back at lightning speed. The speed was more than twice as fast as Yang Chen's. Of course, this was also because the Dragon Clan's ancestor's cultivation was much higher than Yang Chen's. In the beginning, the big Kuan swallowed thousands of experts of the Zhao family. Although each expert's corpse was a tonic for the big Kuan's size was too big. The small tonic could only make him feel a little better. In the big Kuan's own words, it was not enough for him to heal the injuries caused by Ancestor Lu and the others when they vented their anger. Yang Chen did not break his promise and threw all the primordial heaven pills to the big Kuan. It had to be said that the primordial heaven pills, which had been refined by the immortal beheading stage, made the big Kuan feel better than the corpse of an innumerable tribulation true immortal. Although the improvement in cultivation was very small, the overall effect was almost the same as the effect of thousands of experts' corpses. However, the huge amount of living soil made the big Kuan ecstatic. If it wasn't for the fact that the devil chi and demonic chi had consumed 99% of its energy to resist and dispel them, it might have been able to rely on digesting the living soil to improve its cultivation in a short period of time. The living soil was something that the big Kuan needed. It had immeasurable benefits for the growth of the big Kuan. In the past, even if no one disturbed the big Kuan, there was no hope for the big Kuan's cultivation to improve to the transformation stage for a long time. But now, the big Kuan knew very well that the rest was actually a matter of time, and it would not take a long time. After the mountain gate on the back of the big Kuan was refined and placed by Ancestor Lu and the others, it was the big Kuan's turn to refine it himself. It was just that Ancestor Lu and the others could only be placed on the back of the big Kuan at most. But if the big Kuan refined it himself, it was equivalent to growing on the back of the big Kuan. One day when the big Kuan transformed into a great peng, maybe the mountain gate placed on the back of the big Kuan would fall because of its high-speed flight. But after the big Kuan was refined, there would never be such a problem. The core mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace would be firmly connected with the big Kuan. Chapter 2630. Another advantage of being refined by Big Kuan was that the entire core mountain gate would be under the protection of Big Kuan. The disciples who entered it could enjoy the complete and thoughtful protection of Big Kuan. Why would Yang Chen deliberately build a core mountain gate? The most fundamental and direct reason was that the ordinary mountain gate was not safe enough to bear the heavy responsibility of protecting the disciples of Chunyang Palace. With this core mountain gate, basically, as long as it was not a master at the level of Ancestor Lu, it could be said that Chunyang Palace was basically safe and sound. Any guy who attacked the core mountain gate would be attacked indiscriminately by Big Kuan. Don't think too much about it, as long as you think that you will be swallowed by a giant mouth of 1,000,000 miles, and even the fastest flying magic weapon could not escape, what would it feel like? Not every master was at the level of Ancestor Lu. Even if Ancestor Lu made a move, it would take a long time to prepare. Therefore, it could be said that Chunyang Palace was already safe and sound. All the way back to Chunyang Palace, safe and sound, Yang Chen was completely relieved. Now Chunyang Palace was presided over by the head of the palace. Although Ancestor Lu was also there, he was not keen on managing such a huge sect. In this regard, the head of the palace was the most professional. During the hundreds of years they were busy, the head of the palace had clearly distinguished the loyalty of some disciples. Coupled with the core disciples who ascended from the spiritual world, the direct descendants of Chunyang Palace had completely taken control of Chunyang Palace. Ancestor Lu was purely a hands-off shopkeeper, and everything was handed over to Yang Chen to handle. Yang Chen, of course, discussed with the head of the palace, and then explained everything clearly. Especially after introducing Big Kuan to the head of the palace, he told Big Kuan to listen to the words of the head of the palace. He also learned from Ancestor Lu to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Anyway, now that the core disciples entered the core mountain gate, it was also in the mountain river geographical map. Yang Chen did not have to worry about any big problems, as long as the head of the palace handled it himself. As for whether there would be any problems in the future, it was up to the head of the palace to discuss it with Big Kuan. Following that, Yang Chen originally wanted to live with his women for a period of time and cultivate together. In the end, Big Brother Li Cheng returned. Big Brother Li Cheng did not come back alone. There was also a female cultivator who came back with him. Li Cheng's cultivation had made great progress in the past few hundred years, and he had already entered the realm of 10,000 tribulations true immortal. However, Yang Chen was not envious at all. The Dao ancestor had been reborn. If he did not have this cultivation speed, it would be too frustrating. This was normal. Of course, Yang Chen didn't have the extravagant hope of challenging Big Brother Li Cheng's combat power at this time. That would be asking for a beating. Although Yang Chen liked to be taught by experts, he didn't have the habit of being beaten up by experts so easily. The one who came back with Big Brother Li Cheng couldn't be seen through his cultivation. At first glance, he didn't seem to have any cultivation at all. But sometimes, when he accidentally revealed a bit of his aura, it would cause people to feel cold all over and be so scared that they wouldn't even dare to move. It was too frightening. As soon as Big Brother Li Cheng returned, Ancestor Lu personally appeared. Ancestor Lu knew the identity of the Dao ancestor. Similarly, Neza didn't dare to neglect it. He dragged Yang Jian to greet him together. However, the few patriarchs of the dragon tribe were a little slower, but they also appeared in the end. Yang Jian was dragged by Neza to meet Yang Chen's sworn brother. At first, he was a little unhappy. Although he appreciated Yang Chen, he didn't want to lower himself to the point that even Yang Chen's sworn brother had to flatter him. However, when Yang Jian saw the veiled woman who appeared with Big Brother Li Cheng, he was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. He went forward and bowed to her. Yang Jian wasn't the only one who bowed to her. Ancestor Lu and Neza also did the same. The only difference between them and Yang Jian was that they were already mentally prepared for this, so they weren't too surprised. On the other hand, Yang Jian was indeed shocked. No wonder when Neza dragged Yang Chen to find Yang Jian back then, he kept revealing that Yang Chen had a very strong background. Until now, Yang Jian still didn't know the identity of this sworn brother of Yang Chen. However, even with the veiled woman who came back with him, Yang Jian could still recognize her aura. She was an important figure that even Yang Jian would respect from the bottom of his heart. Goddess Hu Tu, Mother Earth, could be said to be the mother of all living things on Earth. She was one of the few seniors in the celestial world that Yang Jian could accept wholeheartedly. In front of her, not to mention bowing to her, even kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times wouldn't be too much. The 3 patriarchs of the dragon tribe also came over to pay their respects. Towards this person, almost all the living beings in the world, no matter if they were loyal and kind or evil, had the same reverence from the bottom of their hearts. There was no surprise. At the beginning, it wasn't even the turn for Yang Chen's family to bow. It was only after the seniors had finished bowing that Yang Chen's family had the chance to kowtow in front of Goddess Hu Tu. Even Ancestor Lu paid his respects. As juniors, it was only right for Yang Chen's family to kowtow. To everyone's surprise, when all the cultivators felt that it was normal for Yang Chen's family to kowtow, Goddess Hu Tu stood up and turned her body slightly. She accepted half of Yang Chen's bow. What was even more terrifying was that after Goddess Hu Tu accepted half of Yang Chen's bow, after Yang Chen's family got up, she bowed to Yang Chen, which scared everyone. How much face did the Lady of Earth have to bow and greet him? Yang Chen was a junior. What did he do? How could he accept such a bow from the goddess? Yang Chen's family was also terrified. When the girls saw the Lady of Earth bow, they knelt on the ground and returned the bow without saying a word. Yang Chen also made such a move. He did not dare to be arrogant and ignorant because of the Empress's kindness to him and really bear the bow of the Empress. However, no matter how hard Yang Chen tried, and even used the power of the golden body incantation and the third level of Kwa Yi's secret technique, his body was no longer under his control. He could not kneel down no matter what. He stood on the spot and accepted the bow of the Lady of Earth. Yang Chen, who had not sweated in such a non-battle situation for thousands of years, had not sweated even when he killed the Tao Ancestor, the Jade Emperor, and the Queen Mother in the immortal slaying platform. At that moment, he was sweating profusely. He was frightened by the Lady of Earth's bow. "All right, don't scare the child." Big brother Li Cheng finally opened his mouth and gave Yang Chen a comfort so that he would not be too frightened. When the Lady of Earth bowed just now, brother Li Cheng was the only cultivator who was not surprised. He did not stop the Lady of Earth. Clearly, he felt that Yang Chen was qualified to accept the Lady of Earth's bow. Chapter 26:31. As soon as brother Li Cheng spoke, even the Lady of Earth did not say anything else. She stood back slightly and left a place for brother Li Cheng. Then, Yang Jian watched in horror as Ancestor Lu and Neza greeted Li Cheng obediently. Then, he felt the familiar aura of the Tao Ancestor that Li Cheng had deliberately released. Immediately, Yang Jian broke out in a cold sweat. Li Cheng was Yang Chen's sworn brother. It was no wonder that Neza had wanted to say something when he pulled Yang Chen to see Yang Jian. Fortunately, Yang Jian was smart back then. He had always thought of giving Ancestor Lu and Neza face and let Yang Chen go. Although he was only slightly punished later on, that punishment could be considered to have indirectly helped Yang Chen. It could barely be considered a favor. When he thought about how he had almost killed the sworn brother of the Tao Ancestor, Yang Jian could not stop breaking out in a cold sweat. He did not know how many times he had been lucky. Compared to Yang Jian, the three ancestors of the dragon race were much more confident. From the beginning, they had taken good care of Yang Chen. Later on, they had given him enough face. Even when Yang Chen proposed to persuade them to resolve the hatred between them and Neza, they had done it very well. That also allowed them to not bear so much pressure in front of the Tao Ancestor. They did not have to secretly think that they were lucky. Of course, all of this was related to the two outstanding juniors, Ao Lan and Ao Lai. The three ancestors would definitely reward the two of them after the matter. "I haven't seen you for a few hundred years. You guys have really done this big thing." The Tao Ancestor smiled at Yang Chen's family, who had come to greet him, and encouraged them. "It's mainly because of the hard work of the ancestral master. The seniors have helped to solve the key problem." Yang Chen did not take credit and pushed all the credit to Ancestor Lu and the others. Anyway, these things did not mean much to the Tao Ancestor. The matter of Chunyang Palace had a greater impact on Ancestor Lu. "It's only right for the Lady of Earth to bow to you." The Tao Ancestor explained that the Lady of Earth had bowed to Yang Chen just now. "I used all the merit you gave me in the spirit world on the Lady of Earth. Now that the Lady of Earth can recover, it's all thanks to you." Only the Tao Ancestor himself could address the Lady of Earth as the Lady of Earth so casually. The others, including Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, and Neza, had to address her as the Lady of Earth respectfully. Yang Chen finally knew what big brother Li Cheng had done with his immeasurable merits. To Yang Chen, this was a pleasant surprise. Anyone would be willing to let an important figure like the Lady of Earth owe him a huge favor. At this point, Yang Chen finally guessed which big shot had changed the rules of the heavenly Tao out of kindness and injected the devil chi and demon chi into the demon realm and the demon realm. There was no need to ask, it was definitely the Lady of Earth. Although it caused the demonic aura to be unbalanced, the Lady of Earth's actions were indeed meritorious to the predecessors. It could be said that before the crisis erupted, all the cultivators, including the Tao Ancestor, Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the three ancestors of the dragon race, had all received the Lady of Earth's favor. However, that was not without a price. The karma of so many cultivators, as well as the karma of countless generations of mortal cultivators and various living beings in the future, would probably be terrifying. At the very least, in his previous life, Yang Chen had never heard any news of the Lady of Earth appearing in the immortal world. Thinking about it, there must be a reason for this. If the above was just a guess, then Big Brother Li Cheng's words that he had used all the merit on the Lady of Earth to recover was a straightforward explanation. Others did not know how much merit Yang Chen had, but Yang Chen knew. If this amount of merit was added to any of the seniors present, they would probably be able to directly ascend and become a sage. That terrifying merit had only allowed the Lady of Earth to recover. It was clear that the Lady of Earth had suffered unimaginable hardships over the years. If Big Brother Li Cheng wanted to use that merit to become a saint himself, Yang Chen would definitely not say anything. If Big Brother Li Cheng wanted to use it elsewhere, such as rebuilding the Order of the Heavenly Courts, Yang Chen would probably hesitate. However, if he used it on the Lady of Earth, Yang Chen would not have any objections. It was because the reason why Yang Chen could reach such a level in his previous life and this life was because of the grace of the Lady of Earth. The Palace Master and a few core upper echelons were also the hosts of the Chunyang Palace. They were fortunate enough to meet the Tao Ancestor and the Lady of Earth. That was enough to make their hearts surge. Who could have known that Yang Chen's sworn brother back then had such a prominent background? Of course, after the shock, there was ecstasy. As a core senior member of the Chunyang Palace, he knew that his sect had the support of the Tao Ancestor, the Lady of Earth, Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, the three ancestors of the dragon race, and the entire dragon race. Wasn't that enough to be proud? He could probably do whatever he wanted in the entire immortal world. Although on the surface, the strength shown by the Chunyang Palace in the immortal world was not enough to enter the ranks of the super sect, there would definitely be a place in the future, and it would be a very high-ranking position. The energetic palace master and the others excitedly went to arrange the affairs of the sect, understand the layout of the new core mountain gate in detail, screen the core disciples, and so on, which was enough for them to be busy for a long time. As for this side, it was all handed over to Yang Chen's family to take care of. Because of the identity of the Tao Ancestor and the Lady of Earth, even Madame Bai's maids were all willing to serve the big shots as maids. I can't thank you enough. I'm afraid that I will have to trouble you for a long time in the future. Please arrange a residence for me in the Mountain River geographical map. At the reception banquet carefully arranged by Yang Chen's family, the Lady of Earth said her plans for the future. I still have a little experience in balancing the demonic energy and demonic energy. The Lady of Earth wanted to settle down in the Mountain River geographical map, which definitely made Yang Chen and Gong Sunling overjoyed. Not to mention what kind of improvement the Lady of Earth would bring to the Mountain River geographical map after she moved in. Just the balance of demonic energy and demonic energy that she said was enough to make Yang Chen and Gong Sunling smile from ear to ear. What did she mean by a little experience? One had to know that the Lady of Earth easily injected all the demonic energy and demonic energy of the three realms into the demon realm and the demon realm, and it did not affect the balance of the three realms for many years. This was a little experience. If this was just a little experience, then including Brother Li Cheng, the Tao Ancestor, it was estimated that they had no understanding of demonic energy and demonic energy at all. Even though Yang Chen could even behead the Jade Emperor without changing his expression, he was still unable to control himself in the face of the so-called request of the Lady of Earth. He almost couldn't even speak, and could only nod. Chapter 2632. At that moment, everyone looked at Yang Chen with envy, except for the Tao Ancestor. The Tao Ancestor probably knew about the Lady of Earth's decision long ago. Otherwise, he would not have brought her to Chunyang Palace. Even the Tao Ancestor, the Lady of Earth, thought so highly of Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace. What would the others think? Ancestor Lu was the founder of Chunyang Palace. There was no need to consider it. Yang Jian and Neza were now thinking if they should join Chunyang Palace and tie themselves to the Tao Ancestor, the Lady of Earth, and the others. It seemed that the Lady of Earth was very serious this time. That was great news. What surprised Yang Chen was that because the girls had prepared a wonderful banquet, the Lady of Earth specially invited Madame Bai to join her at the end of the banquet. She also brought Yang Chen's wives and concubines along. She said that they were kindred spirits and wanted to get closer to them. She was polite, but everyone understood that the Lady of Earth had taken a fancy to the potential of the girls and wanted to give them some guidance. At the same time, she also wanted to use this opportunity to repay Yang Chen. To Yang Chen and the girls, This was definitely a huge pie that had fallen from the sky. Moreover, it was a golden pie. Would Yang Chen disagree? Or would the girls disagree? The only thing that made Yang Chen unhappy was that he had finally reunited with the girls for a short while before he had to separate again. However, the guidance of the Lady of Earth was definitely more important now. If he wanted to reunite, there would be plenty of days in the future. They were all cultivators. What they lacked the most was not time. The Lady of Earth said that she wanted Yang Chen to prepare a residence for her. In fact, the Lady of Earth had her own cave abode. Yang Chen only needed to let the Lady of Earth choose a suitable place in the geographical map of the mountain river. Moreover, in the geographical map of the mountain river, the Lady of Earth could definitely use whichever place she wanted. In fact, if some places did not meet the Lady of Earth's requirements, Gong Sunling would modify them according to the Lady of Earth's wishes at any time. There's actually a Kuan here. The Lady of Earth had probably just recovered from her serious injuries and was not familiar with the mountain river geographical map. She did not know Big Brother Li Cheng and sensed the aura of the Great Kuan outside the mountain river geographical map. Instead, she only discovered this big fellow after entering. She could not help but be surprised. With him around, things will be a little easier. The Lady of Earth was definitely more familiar with the Great Kuan than all the other cultivators except the Dao ancestor. Even Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the ancestor of the dragon race did not dare to say that they were on par with the Lady of Earth. Since Her Majesty said so, it meant that the subduing of Big Kuan this time was also a lucky hit. She originally thought that it would only give Chunyang Palace one more core mountain gate, but now it was obvious that the benefits were not just that. I've told you before, my sworn brother's luck has always been good. The Dao ancestor showed off to the Lady of Earth smugly. Before I left, I did not expect them to get such a huge surprise. Even the Dao ancestor had said so. Obviously, the function of the Big Kuan was definitely surprising. Without seeing the Lady of Earth do anything, everyone could not help but follow her to the Big Kuan. Logically speaking, everyone could only look up at the Big Kuan's body that was tens of millions of kilometers in radius. However, they did not know what technique the Lady of Earth had used, but the huge Big Kuan had turned into an inconspicuous little whale in front of everyone. Fortunately, the Big Kuan had only shrunk in size. All sorts of things on its body were not lost, including the continent on its back and the core mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. However, from the looks of it, the Big Kuan no longer had the aura of swallowing the world in one gulp. It was small and adorable. Its body swayed nimbly and swam around the Lady of Earth. It floated in the air as if it was an ocean. From time to time, it would even rub against the Lady of Earth's body. Its performance could not be seen at all as ferocious as it swallowed thousands of experts of the Zhao family in one gulp. It was like a little pet that was fawning on its owner. It was very despicable. If they had known that the Big Kuan would be subdued so easily by the Lady of Earth, Yang Chen and the others would not have had to work so hard for hundreds of years. They would have just waited for the time to let the Lady of Earth go. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and thought the same. Don't think that he's really that obedient. What kind of person was the goddess? She immediately knew what everyone was thinking. She smiled and said, "It's because he has already sworn a great heart demon oath and seen a lot of growing soil. Otherwise, it would be useless for us to take action unless we beat him into submission." This made everyone feel better. At least, they were not as upset as before. Thinking about it, the live soil seemed to be closely related to Yang Chen. It was another proof of Yang Chen's good luck. The Dharma treasures of the dragon race are really creative. After casually subduing the Big Kuan, the Lady of Earth began to size up the mountain river geographical map from the inside. After looking at it for a while, she nodded and praised, "Unfortunately, I still failed to break through the final stage. I'm still lacking." If anyone else dared to say that, they would have been beaten up by the dragon race to the point that their mothers wouldn't even recognize them. However, when the goddess said that, the three ancestors of the dragon race only nodded and did not dare to rebut her. This is a good opportunity. Perhaps you will gain some insights after experiencing it. The goddess did not say anything else and only gave them some pointers. Just that sentence was enough to tie the dragon race to Yang Chen's chariot and never get off again. By the way, Yang Chen. The goddess finally shifted the topic to Yang Chen and said to Yang Chen, there are two array formations outside. You know, the two array formations that are responsible for injecting the auras of the demon realm and the demon realm. Yang Chen knew that the two array formations had condensed the demonic aura of the three realms before injecting them into the demon realm and the demon realm. Previously, the Tao ancestor and Yang Chen's cultivation levels were low. They had chosen to block the passageway from the demon realm and the demon realm, but the two array formations were still there. If we don't deal with it, I'm afraid the accumulated demonic aura will cause trouble. The goddess explained to Yang Chen, don't bother two people for the same thing. Since you've already taken the demon realm and the demon realm, you can turn off those two array formations. After saying that, she seemed to have thought of something and said to Li Cheng, Tao ancestor, you can't help. Big brother Li Cheng smiled and didn't say anything. His attitude indicated that he agreed with the goddess's suggestion to let Yang Chen do it alone. The array formation must have been set up by the goddess personally, but she did not undo it herself and asked Yang Chen to turn it off. She even specially emphasized that brother Li Cheng was not allowed to help. Needless to say, this was a small test for Yang Chen. He did not know what the final goal of this test was, but he could imagine that if he could pass the test of the Lady of Earth, Yang Chen would definitely obtain great benefits. Now, Yang Chen was already looking forward to the time to turn off the two array formations. Chapter 26:33. Yang Chen did not dare to delay the Lady of Earth's instructions. He should do it immediately. However, before leaving, Yang Chen still had to have a good chat with brother Li Cheng. At the very least, he had to let him know what he had done all these years. As he drank with brother Li Cheng, he chatted about his cultivation and experiences over the years. Yang Chen knew that brother Li Cheng was the reincarnation of the Tao ancestor, but subconsciously, he had always treated brother Li Cheng as the sworn brother of his fellow Daoist who had ascended from the mortal world with him. He did not treat him as the Tao ancestor. This feeling was completely different from when he faced the Lady of Earth. Facing the Lady of Earth, Yang Chen only had respect from the bottom of his heart. He did not have any other thoughts. However, that was what was strange. Logically speaking, the Tao ancestor's status was only higher than the Lady of Earth's. However, when Yang Chen faced the Tao ancestor, he did not like to treat the Tao ancestor like he treated the goddess. He would rather treat him as his sworn brother and chat freely and drink some wine. He believed that brother Li Cheng would rather Yang Chen treat him as his sworn brother and not let him treat him as the Tao ancestor. When one was at a high place, it would be lonely at a high place. From time to time, there would be a brother who did not treat him as an expert. He could drink some wine and brag when he had nothing to do. That was the most comfortable thing. Brother Li Cheng was also chatting with Yang Chen. They were talking about how he went out to save the Lady of Earth this time. Yang Chen's guess was right. After the upheaval in the heavenly courts, the Lady of Earth had suffered unimaginable hardships. That was the result of the karma backlash. Brother Li Cheng had used the huge amount of merit that Yang Chen had paid to let the Lady of Earth recover with difficulty. However, even so, the Lady of Earth would need at least thousands of years to fully recover. On one hand, the goddess took the initiative to enter the mountain river geographical map to repay Yang Chen. On the other hand, there was no lack of reason to cultivate in the mountain river geographical map. In order to recover the Lady of Earth, apart from the huge amount of merit that Yang Chen had given him, brother Li Cheng had also paid a huge price. Although big brother Li Cheng didn't say much, Yang Chen could tell from big brother Li Cheng's cultivation that he hadn't recovered to the state of Patriarch Lu and the others. He didn't even have the cultivation of heavenly monarch Lin. This was enough to explain the problem. After that, they didn't talk about their experiences anymore. It was all about bragging and talking about the world. The two brothers drank while chatting. Big brother Li Cheng was also very happy. After his identity as a Tao ancestor was revealed, only Yang Chen was still the same as before. Even Yang Chen's women were well behaved when they saw him. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was reborn, and he was very unhappy. The two of them didn't use their cultivation to catalyze the wine. They just enjoyed the fragrance of the wine to their heart's content, drinking until the sky turned dark. Those two array formations are over at the Lady of Earth's palace. In the end, after drinking enough, Li Cheng told Yang Chen the location of the two array formations that the Lady of Earth had mentioned. However, that side is almost destroyed. Just do whatever you want. Brother Li Cheng's last sentence was to let Yang Chen not have to worry about the consequences. It could also be considered as giving Yang Chen confidence. With his support. With that sentence, Yang Chen could do whatever he wanted without worrying about anything else. For example, destroying the Lady of Earth's palace. The Lady of Earth's palace was not in the capital of the heavenly courts. It was not in the Lingxiao treasure hall. In Yang Chen's memory, the palace of the Lady of Earth in his previous life had long been in ruins. It was already like that before he ascended. In the past, he had always thought that it had happened when the heavenly courts changed dynasties and that it had been done by the experts of the new heavenly courts. Now, he knew that it was not the case. He had never seen the Lady of Earth in the immortal beheading platform. Yang Chen also thought that the Lady of Earth was killed on the spot during the upheaval of the heavenly courts. Now, he knew the real reason. As for what was going on with the Lady of Earth's palace, it was probably related to the two array formations. After being infected by such a high concentration of demonic qi and demonic qi for a long time, no matter how good the magic weapon or the best cave house was, it would still be useless. He drank to his heart's content with Brother Li Cheng, and the two of them almost drank at the same time. Fortunately, Gao Yu had already paid attention to the situation here. She arranged for two concubines to serve them and sent them back to the Dragon Palace to sleep. After waking up, Yang Chen no longer procrastinated. After saying goodbye to the palace master, he directly set foot on the road to the Lady of Earth's palace. With Yang Chen, there was only Xiao Tian, and no one else. This was not the first time that Yang Chen went out alone in the immortal world, but this time was obviously a little special. The Lady of Earth had always lived alone, but after the upheaval of the heavenly courts, basically no one came to the old man's side. It was common sense that the Lady of Earth would not easily see any cultivator. Everyone knew the character of the Lady of Earth, and no one would come to find trouble for themselves. Out of respect for the Lady of Earth, the tens of thousands of miles around the Lady of Earth's palace was designated as a forbidden area. That was not the intention of the Lady of Earth, but purely by the cultivators out of respect. After the upheaval of the heavenly courts, it seemed that this place had also become a ruin overnight. In addition, the demonic qi and demonic qi were extremely rich. Although it did not appear, as long as the cultivators entered a certain range, they would unconsciously have a heart demon and become weak, which made everyone very frightened. They thought that this was a formation set up by the Lady of Earth, and they were afraid of being caught in the crossfire, so they would always leave in a hurry. As time passed, no one came to this place anymore, which made it a true forbidden area. The degree of demonic qi and demonic qi invasion on the periphery was not a problem at all for Yang Chen, who had passed the test of the demon realm and the monster realm. He casually walked directly to the deepest place. If he wanted to turn off the array formation, he had to see it, right? Along the way, there was basically no threat to Yang Chen. It was not until he was 500 kilometers away from the Lady of Earth's palace that Yang Chen understood what Brother Li Cheng meant by it being almost destroyed. According to what Yang Chen had heard before, the Lady of Earth's palace was also a large palace complex with a radius of 500 kilometers. It was one of the four royals' palaces. Even if it was not stronger than the Lingxiao treasure hall in terms of scale and aura, it was not much weaker. One should be able to feel that soaring aura from thousands of kilometers away. However, even though he was so close, he still did not see any sign of the palace, nor did he see any dignified aura. Apart from the demonic qi and demonic qi that made countless cultivators restless, there was nothing else. It was still the same when he was 50 kilometers away. However, the density of the demonic qi and demonic qi increased. Unfortunately, the major sect did not know what was happening here. Otherwise, it would not have been Yang Chen's turn to sell the high-purity demonic qi and demonic qi in exchange for their various resources. All the negative auras here could be used to refine the barrier dispelling pill. Further ahead, he arrived at the place where the palace should be. Yang Chen looked around and saw nothing but a black ocean. Chapter 2634. Yang Chen was very familiar with the Black Ocean. The aura was strong. It was a high concentration of demonic aura that had condensed into liquid. Yang Chen had seen this in the core of the demon world and the demon world. However, the original palace of the Lady of Earth had completely disappeared. Yang Chen knew what was going on. He reckoned that apart from a limited number of Dharma treasures, such as Yang Chen's 9 nether flying sword and the living soil flying sword, there would be no other outcome after being immersed in such a high concentration of demonic aura for a long time. The sea of demonic aura on the goddess's side were not huge, but they were not small. Yang Chen could also tell that this should have been formed in the past few thousand years. It should have been accumulated here after Brother Li Cheng locked the passageway between the demon world and the demon world. Presumably, the two formations should be beneath this sea. If that was the case, Yang Chen would not find it difficult. However, was the Lady of Earth's test only this difficult? Even an idiot would know that it was impossible. If the Lady of Earth only asked Yang Chen to go there personally, it would be too casual. It was better not to have such a test. As long as he owed Yang Chen a favor, it would be more straightforward. The demonic aura were easy to deal with. As long as he closed the array formation and used the living soil flying sword to bring the mountain river geographical map over, he could easily absorb the demonic aura. At the same time, he could expand the space of the immortal world, increase the food for the Kuan, and shorten the time for the Kuan to transform. The problem was the array formation. An array formation that could withstand the invasion of the demonic aura for tens of thousands of years and take the initiative to collect the demonic aura and inject it into the demon world, and the demon world was definitely not an array formation that could resist ordinary pressure. It was clearly not easy to close such an array formation. At this time, Yang Chen remembered one thing, that was, whether it was the Hutu goddess or Brother Li Cheng, they did not tell him how to close the two formations. Yang Chen could find the formation, but how could he close it? Now, Yang Chen was faced with this problem. He could dive into the Sea of Demon Qi without a care in the world and find the location of the formation by digging up the Demon Qi at the bottom of the sea. However, he was helpless against these two formations that could withstand the Demon Qi of the entire three realms. The formation was too stable, so stable that Yang Chen believed that it was not much worse than the complete Devil Realm and Demon Realm. The Lady of Earth was indeed the Lady of Earth. The array formation she set up was definitely extraordinary. The two spirit arrays were huge. In order to explore the entire array, Yang Chen spent a full 10 years just to study it. Only then did he get a general idea of it. But even so, it was only a rough idea, and it was something he had learned from outside the formation. Again, the array formation was too stable. It was so stable that even spiritual sense couldn't penetrate the array formation. Two such solid and slippery array formations had appeared at the same time. This really gave Yang Chen a headache. He knew that it was a test, but Yang Chen had no clue. This made Yang Chen go crazy. However, Yang Chen did not lose his composure. The madness was just a simple emotional vent brought about by the demonic aura. Soon, Yang Chen calmed down. After carefully checking the array formation again, Yang Chen knew that he had plenty of time now. With the Tao ancestor and the Lady of Earth, Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the entire dragon race, the Zhao family and the Shentian sect could not overturn the sky. It made no difference whether Yang Chen was there or not, so he could spend as much time as he wanted to check the two array formations inch by inch and find a breakthrough. It was not that there was no breakthrough at all. On Yang Chen's side, even if it was a perfect array formation, Yang Chen could still create a flaw. After the Immortal Slaying Saber fused with the Immortal Slaying Platform, it would become an upgraded version of the real Immortal Slaying Saber. It would be a perfect Immortal Slaying Saber that had been strengthened by the Diamond Chakram and Little Tien. Even if he could not break the array with one slash with the Immortal Slaying Saber, no matter how strong the array formation was, it would still be shattered. The problem was that Yang Chen did not want to use such an extreme method at the moment. If he really used such a method, the Lady of Earth's test would be ruined. Hard work paid off. Under Yang Chen's inspection inch by inch, A hint at the edge of the array formation allowed Yang Chen to find the key point to close the array formation. There were 2 array formations with a radius of thousands of kilometers, and there was only a small area that was slightly different from the surroundings at an inconspicuous edge. Furthermore, it was drowned by the sea of demonic qi, and his spiritual senses could not penetrate it. Finding these 2 points could not be described as luck. Just finding these 2 points took Yang Chen more than 100 years. Fortunately, Yang Chen was in a good state of mind and did not mind spending this bit of time. Perhaps this was the first step of the goddess test. It was to test if he was careful and persistent enough. To be safe, Yang Chen did not directly choose to take action on the array formation that collected demonic qi. Instead, he started on the array formation that collected demonic qi. There was no other reason. The demonic qi was 1 level lower than the demonic qi. The demon world corresponded to the mortal world, while the demon world corresponded to the spirit world. If anything happened, he believed that it would be safer. This was an array formation set up by the Lady of Earth. There was no need for Yang Chen to show off and challenge the highest level of the array formation. With just a wave of great yin-yang 5-element spiritual power, the place opened like a switch. Then, a gentle force pushed away all the demonic qi and spiritual qi in the area, forming an area about the size of an ordinary room. An illusory shadow of the Lady of Earth appeared in front of Yang Chen. Even though it was just a shadow, Yang Chen could still see the sacred aura of the Lady of Earth from the shadow. "You're not bad. You can find this flaw in the array formation." The goddess's shadow said, "You're the most outstanding young man I've ever seen. Thank you for your praise, goddess." Although it was only a shadow, Yang Chen still expressed his respect. "Actually, this is not a test." The goddess's shadow spoke again. "Of course, you can say that it's a test. It's actually very simple to close the array formation. You just need to inject one of your divine sense avatars in this position of the 2 arrays. This requires people who have cultivated the 3 purities art. The Tao ancestor has been reborn and has no new divine sense avatars. The only person in the world who has cultivated the 3 purities art is you. As long as your 2 divine sense avatars take over these 2 arrays, you can easily close the array formation." Chapter 2635. At first glance, this condition didn't seem harsh. Yang Chen had cultivated the 3 purities art, and he was the only one who had cultivated it after the Tao ancestor. Now that the Tao ancestor could no longer split his divine sense, Yang Chen was the only one who was suitable. Yang Chen did have 2 divine sense clones. The problem was that one was the artifact spirit of his life magic treasure, and the other was the artifact spirit of the mountain river geographical map. If the 2 divine sense clones were gone, the problem would be huge. The immortal slaying saber had always been Yang Chen's life magic treasure. With the second essence soul as the artifact spirit, its power had indeed increased a lot. However, if there was no artifact spirit, the problem wouldn't be too big. At most, the power would be reduced by half, but the immortal slaying saber was still Yang Chen's life magic treasure. So many years of life sacrifice were not in vain. However, the artifact spirit of the mountain river geographical map was not that simple. It could be said that the mountain river geographical map could form a world of its own because of the 3rd essence soul that had mastered a part of the heavenly Tao. If there was no 3rd essence soul to suppress so many dragon artifact spirits and did not master the heavenly Tao, the mountain river geographical map would still be the mountain river geographical map. At most, it would be at the level of Long Can. It would never be able to completely refine the 2 realms and reach the current scale. Yang Chen didn't believe that the Lady of Earth didn't know how important the mountain river geographical map was. Not to mention anything else, could the Lady of Earth let go of the trillions of living beings inside? If she could really ignore so many living beings inside, would she still be the goddess that all cultivators would involuntarily worship? However, she clearly knew the importance of the mountain river geographical map, but she still proposed to give up the 2 clones at this time. This had already fully shown that the 2 arrays in front of him were not as simple as they looked. What about the mountain river geographical map? Although it was just a phantom in front of him, Yang Chen would never believe that it was just a phantom. It was definitely the Lady of Earth who was talking to him directly. Perhaps the real test had just begun. Now, Yang Chen knew very well that no matter which array formation he chose, it would be this scene. This was clearly a trap set up by the Lady of Earth to wait for Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not mention the billions of living beings in the mountain river geographical map. With just a question, he believed that the Empress would naturally understand his meaning. The Empress fell silent. After a long period of silence, she spoke again. But as soon as she opened her mouth, Yang Chen was shocked again. "I'll be the tool spirit of the geographical map." Yang Chen had faced mountains of blades and seas of blood, killed supreme true immortals, and even became sworn brothers with the Tao ancestor. After finding out the Tao ancestor's identity, he still maintained a brotherly relationship with the Tao ancestor. But when he heard the goddess's answer, he was once again shocked. Yang Chen had been frightened twice by the Lady of Earth. It could be said that in just 2 short encounters, the Lady of Earth had given Yang Chen 2 solid shocks. The Lady of Earth would personally be the artifact spirit. That meant that the Lady of Earth had to give up her supreme dignity, her supreme identity, and her newly recovered body. That was almost equivalent to giving up her life. If the artifact spirit of the mountain river geographical map was the Lady of Earth, how effective would it be compared to Yang Chen's third essence soul? There was almost no need to ask. It was not a difficult multiple-choice question. As long as he was a cultivator who knew the cultivation level of the Lady of Earth and Yang Chen, he would definitely be able to give the correct answer. However, the more that was the case, the more shocked Yang Chen was. What kind of reason could make the Lady of Earth give up everything and be willing to be the artifact spirit of a junior's Dharma treasure? This time, it was Yang Chen's turn to be silent. Should I take out the 2 spiritual sense avatars? The Lady of Earth also knew that Yang Chen was hesitating. She did not rush him. Instead, she waited quietly for Yang Chen to think. "Even you have to do this, goddess. I'm afraid 2 spiritual sense avatars aren't enough for me, right?" Yang Chen pondered for a while before asking the goddess's illusory figure. "That's right." The Lady of Earth did not have any intention of hiding anything. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yang Chen figured it out himself and asked. Otherwise, she would only tell Yang Chen that she only needed 2 spiritual sense avatars. If Yang Chen could not even think of such a simple logic, there would be no need to test anything. He would directly die in the next operation. Yang Chen was someone who had died once. Speaking of which, he was not afraid of dying again. In particular, he knew very well that even if his main body died, he would not die completely. He had the soul-purging pill. Even if he died, he could revive quickly. At the very least, there was still a wisp of spiritual sense seed left in the mortal world. He could cultivate again like Brother Li Cheng. At most, in a few thousand years, he could still stand here in the immortal world. Not afraid of death didn't mean that Yang Chen would die casually, so there were some things that Yang Chen had to figure out if it was really worth it. Anyway, you have the spiritual sense seed left behind by cultivating the 3 purities secret art. Even if you die, you will be resurrected soon. It will only delay your cultivation time for a few thousand years. Goddess Hutu saw that Yang Chen was not so straightforward, and she persuaded him with some inducements. Why? Yang Chen knew that if he didn't ask, the goddess would definitely not answer. If he nodded immediately without saying anything, he would definitely be able to gain the favor of the Lady of Earth, and she would definitely do her best to serve as the artifact spirit of the mountain river geographical map. The problem was that Yang Chen did not want to lose his life in such a muddle-headed way. The goddess didn't know that Yang Chen had the soul-purging jade, so she didn't know that the price of Yang Chen's death would be lighter than she thought. Perhaps she wanted to test Yang Chen's character through this small test, but Yang Chen didn't know. Because of your appearance, I saw an opportunity to solve my previous mistakes. The Lady of Earth was not pretentious and did not hide anything. She knew very well that when she was willing to do something, the effect was far better than being forced to do it. Previously, the Lady of Earth didn't do enough. Now that she could make up for it, she was the happiest one. However, she wouldn't force Yang Chen to do it. Instead, she patiently told him the truth and persuaded Yang Chen to take the initiative to do it. I took it for granted before. I didn't expect that one day, the demon realm and the monster realm would collapse because the demonic chi were too rich. Yang Chen didn't ask much and just waited for the goddess's answer. The goddess explained everything in detail. It wasn't until I saw that the live soil could absorb the demonic chi to grow that I thought of a way. You have the live soil here, a complete mountain river geographical map, and a complete world. As long as the live soil continues to absorb the demonic chi, one day the area where it grows will completely become a complete monster realm. The goddess was very happy and spoke very attentively. In this way, the 3 realms will still be the same 3 realms, and you will also have a complete 3 realms. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Chapter 26:36. Listening to the goddess's simple description, Yang Chen suddenly sighed in his heart. The Lady of Earth was still the same Lady of Earth. Even though she knew that she had done something wrong, she still wanted to correct her mistakes and let the entire 3 realms operate according to her vision. The goddess was worried about the living beings in the world. She would rather suffer karma so that the living beings in the world would be less affected by the negative aura and be able to live in a more perfect world. This was the kindness of the Lady of Earth. This was also the reason why the Lady of Earth could be respected by every living being. However, Yang Chen did not think that what the Lady of Earth did was necessarily right. The idea was good, and the starting point was also good. This kind of great sentiment of taking charge of the lives of all living beings in the world was indeed worthy of the admiration of the world. However, Yang Chen did not approve of it. It was like a parent who spoiled his child endlessly. He had to pay attention to the growth of his child at all times, for fear that there would be any problems in the process of his growth. Then, he would solve the difficulties that might cause the child setbacks in advance, thinking that he had created a perfect environment for the child, which was more conducive to the child's growth. However, Yang Chen felt that the Lady of Earth was still wrong in this starting point. The best way to prevent a child from drowning was to clear all the swimming places around him so that he would not have the opportunity to swim. The best way was to let him learn how to swim. What made Yang Chen even more unable to agree was that the Lady of Earth took it for granted. Apart from a few people who knew about her efforts without asking for anything in return, no living beings in the 3 realms knew about what the Lady of Earth had done. What was even more chilling was that, including the previous Yang Chen, all creatures took these as a matter of course. That's how it is, isn't it? Goddess, do you think that relying on the living soil can really solve all these problems? Yang Chen did not directly question the Lady of Earth's intentions. He had also enjoyed these benefits, so there was no reason for him to question it. Therefore, Yang Chen only asked about the effect. If the living soil is really so useful, why did Gun fail to control the flood? It's better to disperse than to block. Goddess Hutu certainly knew why Gun failed. Because King Yu had told all the cultivators the reason with his actions. That was the reason. Then why does Her Highness think that the living soil can completely resolve the demonic chi? Yang Chen continued to ask, if I may offend you, if there comes a day when you reach the limit of the breathing soil, will you be in the same predicament again? The Empress fell silent. Who knows what will happen if it doesn't happen? Was there a limit to the growing soil? If this question was asked to an ordinary cultivator, they would definitely tell him that there was no limit. But when this question was asked to the Empress, the answer was a completely different matter. In fact, the so-called method of the goddess is actually to push back the disaster that is going to happen now for who knows how many years, right? Yang Chen's words revealed the essence of the Lady of Earth's method. At the end of the day, it was better to push it back and not solve it completely. Since I can find you to push back the trouble now, I can definitely find another person to push back the trouble again. Even in the face of the Lady of Earth, Yang Chen was not completely afraid to speak. It was one thing to respect and admire her, but another to argue for what was right. That's what you think, right? The Lady of Earth was still silent. Yang Chen had already revealed her plan, so she had nothing to say. Even if your method works, the new space created by the living soil also has a very strong demonic chi. What should we do? Yang Chen continued to ask a question that he already knew the answer to. Of course, it will be placed in the mountain river geographical map, and I will personally refine it into a space of the immortal realm." The Empress did not know what Yang Chen meant. She was very surprised by his question and quickly replied, "The living beings in the mountain river geographical map are innocent. Why should they sacrifice themselves to help the three realms?" That was actually something that Yang Chen had never been able to figure out. Logically speaking, since the Lady of Earth could be so compassionate, she should not favor one over the other. However, that was not the case. The living beings of the demon world and the demon world were too miserable. There will always be living beings who have to sacrifice themselves. The goddess's voice was a little soft this time, as if she did not have much confidence. Did the goddess give them a choice? Yang Chen's question followed immediately, as if he did not give the goddess any time to think. In fact, Yang Chen was still very dissatisfied with the Empress. "Goddess, you have great sentiments and are willing to sacrifice yourself to help all living beings in the world. You can, but you can't sacrifice the well-being of some living beings to help others." If those sacrifices were voluntary, Yang Chen would not say a word and would only respect them. However, the reality was not the case because the goddess had never given them a choice. The Lady of Earth was completely speechless. She could no longer answer Yang Chen's question. It was not that she did not have an answer, but that she could not say the answer based on what she had done. "Ah." The Lady of Earth let out a long sigh and stopped dwelling on this question. Instead, she asked Yang Chen, "I just want to ask you now. If I ask you to do this, will you do it?" "No." Yang Chen shook his head and answered firmly, "They aren't my sons, and I don't owe them anything. Why should I sacrifice my life to help them? If their character is really worth it, then they should kill themselves so that they don't drag others down with them. What if I use the lives of your wives and concubines to force you to do that?" The goddess seemed to know Yang Chen's answer. After pausing for a while, she asked again. Yang Chen's heart sank as he had a bad feeling. Gaou and the others had been brought to the Lady of Earth's side from the beginning. From then on, the Lady of Earth had already had such a thought. If Yang Chen did not agree, she would probably use the lives of Gaou and the others to force him to do something he did not want to do. "I will do it. I can die for them." Yang Chen did not hide his true feelings or even his thoughts. He replied rudely, "But when I come back, I will destroy you and the world you protect at all costs." Sigh. The Lady of Earth let out a long sigh again and said unwillingly, "Do you think I'll give you a chance to come back and destroy everything?" That was the truth. You still had a chance to think. Some small fries might make such a mistake. How could the goddess still be so naive after experiencing such a blow? "Then I'll destroy this world now." Yang Chen did not care about the Lady of Earth's threat at all and replied sternly. Chapter 2637. If there was a reverse scale for Yang Chen in this world, it would definitely be Gaou. One had to know that Yang Chen had even given up on becoming a disciple of the Tao ancestor for Gaou. It could be seen how important Gaou was in Yang Chen's heart. In this world, Yang Chen could not care about anyone, but he would only care about Gaou. The ones ranked below Gaou were naturally the women. They were just lovers and relatives. Even the palace master and the others had to be ranked behind them. As for Brother Li Cheng, there was no need for Yang Chen to worry. It should be the other way around. It should be to see if Yang Chen would be used to threaten Brother Li Cheng. The Lady of Earth actually wanted to use the lives of Gaou and the other women to threaten Yang Chen for her unknown plan. Yang Chen was instantly enraged. The respect he had for the Lady of Earth was thrown to the back of his mind in the blink of an eye. Anyone who dared to attack the women was an enemy. Yang Chen knew his limits. With his cultivation level, he was definitely not a match for the Lady of Earth. Therefore, he definitely had no chance to save the women beside the Lady of Earth. Since that was the case, he might as well perish together. Not to mention how high the Lady of Earth's cultivation level was, as long as she had not become a saint and entered the saint world, she would not be able to survive after the three realms were destroyed. In just an instant, Yang Chen had clearly expressed his attitude. He would not accept threats and began to coerce the Lady of Earth instead. If she gave up, Yang Chen would immediately let her leave the geographical map of the mountain river and discuss with Brother Li Cheng what to do. "How dare you? The goddess was furious. She didn't seem to have expected that a junior would be so unappreciative of her kindness. She just wanted him to sacrifice himself to help this world. She did not really want his life. How could he dare to use the destruction of this world to threaten her? If Yang Chen did not have the ability to destroy this world, the Lady of Earth would definitely capture Yang Chen with a smile and do whatever she wanted. The problem was that Yang Chen really had this ability. The Mountain River geographical map absorbed the complete demon realm, and Yang Chen's third primordial spirit was the spirit of the Mountain River geographical map. Yang Chen could control the Mountain River geographical map to explode at any time and anywhere. The demon realm was connected to the mortal realm, and the demon realm was connected to the spiritual realm. Although it had been refined by Yang Chen, this connection would not disappear. As long as the demon realm and the demon realm exploded, the mortal world and the spirit realm would not be spared. Under the influence of the demon realm and the demon realm, there was a 90% chance that they would explode. Without the mortal world and the spiritual world, how long could the demon world last? Moreover, even if the explosion of the demon realm and the demon realm couldn't cause the mortal world and the spiritual world to collapse, the demonic chi and demon chi were no longer restrained. Without the isolation of the demon realm and the demon realm, the demonic chi and demon chi that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years would directly sweep through the entire mortal world and the spiritual world. There was only one consequence, and that was the extinction of the living beings in the mortal world. There might be people with high cultivation in the spiritual world who could barely survive, but it would never exceed 1 in 10,000. Even if they survived, they would become creatures like those crazy demon beasts in the demon realm and would no longer have active consciousness. It could be said that the mortal world and the spiritual world would become two dead worlds. For the immortal world, it would also lose its foundation, which was no different from directly destroying the mortal world and the spiritual world. The immortal world could be preserved, but it would also become a lonely world. It seemed that Yang Chen could not achieve his goal of destroying the three realms. But don't forget that Yang Chen still had the immortal beheading platform. The immortal beheading platform was also a super magic treasure that could connect the three realms. It was personally refined by the Tao ancestor and was a super magic treasure that countless true immortals avoided. If the immortal beheading platform exploded together with the demon realm and the demon realm, the effect would be the absolute destruction of the mortal world and the spiritual world, and the immortal world would at least be severely damaged. Similarly, the demonic chi and demon chi would also spread throughout the immortal world, and the spiritual veins would be destroyed. Perhaps the direct casualties would not be very big, but the immortal world would become a place not suitable for cultivation. All the cultivators would slowly wait for death to descend in fear. It was just that this process would take thousands of years. This was the worst estimate. If the power of the explosion of the Mountain River geographical map and the immortal beheading platform was enough, it was not impossible for the three realms to be directly destroyed. Yang Chen started to prepare, and the Lady of Earth immediately noticed the danger, but she could do nothing about it. No matter how strong her cultivation level was, it was impossible for her to seize control of the Mountain River geographical map in an instant. As long as Yang Chen sensed that something was wrong, Yang Chen would detonate the three realms without hesitation. You're not willing to fake your death for the people of the world, but you're willing to drag your women down with you. The Lady of Earth's anger was mixed with a trace of fear. She could not understand Yang Chen's logic at all. What does the people of the world have to do with me? Yang Chen completely ignored the moral kidnapping that used the moral high ground as a starting point. He replied directly, "I'm not their father, and I don't owe them anything. Why should I die for them? I won't do it. You've disappointed me." The goddess finally returned to normal and was no longer angry. However, her eyes were filled with regret as she looked at Yang Chen. "You too." Yang Chen now completely did not regard the Hutu goddess as the person who needed to be looked up to and respected by himself, but as an equal person who had an equal dialogue. He had the same expression, the same tone, and even the same content as the goddess. "I'm very disappointed." The goddess was enraged by Yang Chen's attitude again and questioned Yang Chen crazily, "What's there to be disappointed about? I thought that after experiencing a mistake, you would realize the problem and not continue the previous mistake." Yang Chen shook his head regretfully and said, "Unfortunately, you're still stubborn." After saying that, Yang Chen did not seem to want to communicate too much and lowered his head. How did the Lady of Earth become such a person? Did she really think that she was so great that she had to put all the living beings in the world on her? Why would the Tao ancestor choose to save such a person? At the thought of the Tao ancestor, Yang Chen suddenly recalled what Brother Li Cheng had said to him before they parted. "It's almost destroyed over there. Just let go and do it." What did he mean by almost destroyed? There was clearly nothing here. How could it be destroyed? What did it mean to let go and do it? Yang Chen did not believe that the Tao ancestor did not understand the Lady of Earth's character, nor did he believe that the Tao ancestor's judgment of people would be wrong. In other words, everything just now was just the content of the Lady of Earth's test. No matter what response he made, she only wanted to know what his response was. "I'm here to close these two array formations." Yang Chen sighed and said, "In that case, I can only use my own method to close the array formation." Chapter 2638. The goddess was already a bit unreasonable here. It was estimated that she was plunged into that kind of feeling of compassion for mankind and couldn't get out. This was a heart devil, and it was a big heart devil. After going back, he would think about how to solve it with Brother Li Cheng. Yang Chen could now be sure of one thing, that is, the Lady of Earth would not embarrass Gaou for the time being. After all, threats were threats, but as long as he put on this posture of not being threatened, the other party's spiritual power would not be able to do anything. Of course, his own method was the one that Yang Chen thought of at the beginning, using the immortal beheading blade to forcibly break these two formations. "Xiao Tian, get to work." Yang Chen shouted and called Xiao Tian out. This formation was extraordinary, and it was estimated that it might not be able to break it in one or two moves, so Yang Chen was going to use all his strength this time. Xiao Tian was mobilized here, and Yang Chen himself also took out a rare state. All the 5 elements of the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art were pushed to the highest level. Facing the corner of the formation that was close at hand, Yang Chen slashed down heavily. Hey, like a sharp blade inserted into tofu, the edge of the formation was cut by Yang Chen's knife, and there was almost no obstacle. In a flash, the immortal beheading blade automatically grew longer, and the formation was quickly cut along this gap. As at the beginning, such an operation seemed to have no obstacles, and everything was cut very smoothly. So simple. Yang Chen couldn't believe it for a while. Was this to test Yang Chen's idea? If this was the case, then as long as he asked on the mountain river geographical map, why did he have to make such a big scene, and everyone almost fell out? Half believing and half doubting, Yang Chen pulled back the immortal beheading blade and was about to make a second attack. Suddenly, he was shocked to find that the formation that had just been cut by his own knife seemed to be completely unharmed at this time, and slowly restored to its original state. Yang Chen looked at all this and was stunned. What kind of formation was this? It looked incomparably sturdy on the outside, but it was so sticky on the inside. Even the places that were cut could recover so quickly, so how could this formation be broken? It was no wonder that these two formations had been able to operate safely for countless years. Apart from the reputation of the Lady of Earth, the formation that could rapidly recover was also an extremely important reason. Yang Chen didn't believe it. Was there really an array that the immortal beheading saber couldn't cut open? Once again, Yang Chen slashed down heavily. This time, he used all the power of the immortal beheading platform. The array formation was still like a piece of viscous, transparent jelly. It was easily sliced apart and sliced through. Even when Yang Chen stabbed the immortal slaying platform from one end to the other and enlarged the immortal slaying saber to its limits to separate the two sides of the array formation, Yang Chen still did not feel that the array formation had lost its effectiveness. The devil chi si was still there, and the thick devil chi did not dissipate because of Yang Chen's actions. This time, Yang Chen was in a dilemma. How could he break such a strange formation? Could it be that he could only follow the method of the Lady of Earth and send his spiritual awareness clone in to control the formation to stop? If this was the case, then what was the point of Yang Chen's resistance? There must be a solution. Yang Chen firmly believed that he could find a solution. However, Yang Chen thought about it. What could break this formation, including the magic weapons on his body? Golden body secret art, immortal beheading saber, Xiao Tian had been used. Was there anything else that hadn't been used? Alchemy furnace? This was unlikely. Although the 3-star alchemy furnace had recovered a lot and was almost ready to be used for alchemy, Yang Chen didn't think that the alchemy furnace could bring much damage to the formation. In terms of destruction, it should be the fire seed. Yes, yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Yang Chen's mind moved, and 2 small flames appeared entangled on his fingers. Then, Yang Chen put his finger on the edge of the formation and pressed it hard. There was no reaction, at least for now. The formation did not react at all. Yang Chen's physical strength was great, but it was not as sharp as the immortal beheading saber. His fingers could not break the formation at all, let alone send the yin-yang heaven-burning fire into the formation. But Yang Chen laughed. If someone saw it, they would think that Yang Chen was inexplicable. For no reason, he pressed his fingers on the edge of the formation and laughed so stupidly. He must not be a normal person. Others may feel strange, but Yang Chen was sure that he knew the method needed to break the formation. Just pressing it, Yang Chen had a long-lost familiar feeling. Maybe this was the key to breaking the formation. Yin-yang heaven-burning fire yin-yang fire dragon turned into 2 high-speed rotating black and white circular saws on the blade of the immortal beheading saber. Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber slashed down again. With just 1 slash, the formation in front of him, which was responsible for condensing the devil chi, was cut in half. After a slight hissing sound, Yang Chen took back the immortal beheading saber. The formation was still running, but in the middle of the formation that was cut in half, there was a scorched black caused by the high temperature of the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. This scorched black looked very thin, but it succeeded in preventing the 2 halves of the formation from connecting into one. Changing to a similar place, Yang Chen made another slash. In this way, hundreds of consecutive slashes, this condensing devil chi formation had been completely cut by Yang Chen, divided into thousands of pieces of different sizes. The formation was still running, but it could not be completely integrated together, and the part that was burned by the yin-yang fire dragon was completely separated. This was not breaking the formation, because the formation was still running, the devil chi was still condensing, and it did not stop because of Yang Chen's actions. Yang Chen didn't seem to care. He went to the side of the second formation and did the same. The formation that condensed the devil chi was indeed more advanced than the previous one, but it was a different path to the same goal. It was just that some different means were used for different auras. Yang Chen did spend more effort than the previous one, which achieved the same effect as the previous one. After this series of actions was done, Yang Chen made a simple calculation. It had almost taken 10 years. There was no way around it. The scope of the formation was too large. Just to find a suitable place to give a knife, it would take a lot of time. Moreover, it seemed easy to use the immortal beheading saber once, but it also consumed a lot of energy, and it would take time for Yang Chen to recover. Finally, all the preparatory work was done. Yang Chen returned to the side of the first formation. After finding the smallest part, Yang Chen rushed to the site. First, he left the sea of demonic chi and rested for a while. Then, he dived into the sea of demonic chi again and reached out to explore the formation. There was a cultivation method. Yang Chen had only cultivated it once at the beginning since his rebirth, and later he did not have the opportunity to cultivate it. But this time, Yang Chen took out the cultivation method again. Chapter 2639. After Yang Chen's rebirth, his mind was full of all kinds of cultivation methods, but he had not cultivated it for a long time, just because there was a kind of cultivation method that was exclusive. That was the foundation cultivation method that old demon Yi told Yang Chen before his death in the previous life. It was with that kind of cultivation method that old demon Yi was able to shake the world in the immortal world. This cultivation method, even until now, Yang Chen does not know the name. It has always been called the nameless cultivation method. It was also this nameless cultivation method that allowed Yang Chen to kill tens of thousands of immortals and absorb the life essence of countless immortals, so that Yang Chen's acquired spirit root 5 elements was full, which later led to a series of follow-up events such as the Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements secret art and the Great Yin and Yang 5 Elements flying sword that Yang Chen cultivated. It can be said that the nameless cultivation method is the foundation cultivation method of Yang Chen. However, the nameless cultivation method has a drawback, that is, it can only be cultivated when there is no spiritual power. Once you start to cultivate with spiritual power, it can no longer play the role of changing the acquired spirit root. It can be said that this kind of cultivation method that can only change the acquired spirit root has no place to use it after starting to cultivate. Yang Chen didn't think of using this nameless cultivation method at all. Before the hundreds of years of searching for the formation inch by inch, he didn't know how many times he had touched the formation and there was no abnormality at all. That is, after bringing the yin-yang heaven burning fire and touching it, Yang Chen found that his body seemed to have an attraction to the formation. It was not the golden body secret art that Yang Chen is now cultivating, but a spontaneous attraction. Although the time was very short, Yang Chen was still keenly aware that his body produced this kind of attraction, as if he could absorb this formation into his body through the yin-yang heaven burning fire. That feeling was very familiar. It was clearly the feeling of absorbing the life essence of the immortals in the immortal executioner stage. In the next division of the formation, Yang Chen also used the nameless cultivation method to carefully test it. The formation could be absorbed by Yang Chen after burning it through the yin-yang heaven burning fire. This time, Yang Chen's heart was at ease, and he finished all the preparations, and then found the smallest formation and began to absorb it. The nameless divine art quickly operated, and the yin-yang fire dragon turned into a coiled tube, directly inserted into the formation that had been divided. A huge suction force came from Yang Chen's body, and the jello-like substance inside the array quickly flowed through the tube formed by the yin-yang fire dragon and into Yang Chen's body. The warm flow entered Yang Chen's body, making him feel very comfortable. This wasn't anything. It was just pure life essence, and it wouldn't do any harm to Yang Chen's body at all. Yang Chen didn't know how this formation was set up, but it must have involved the lives of many living beings. Perhaps the Lady of Earth had also sought the consent of those materials when she set it up. No wonder people had to be sacrificed at every turn. It turned out that this formation was like this from the beginning to the end. Now Yang Chen's body was already the real body of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. He only needed the last step of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Tribulation to become the body of a true immortal. After the tempering of the Golden Body technique, Yang Chen's body was at least 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, and it was even comparable to the physical strength of an ordinary early-stage true immortal. The life essence was constantly replenished into Yang Chen's body, and the first thing to make up for Yang Chen's physical injuries in the process of cultivation. No matter how powerful Yang Chen was and how high his cultivation was, there would inevitably be some subtle injuries in his body. Yang Chen could completely detect these subtle injuries through the 8-revolution internal inspection fluid, and he could also use his spiritual power to repair most of them, but there was still a small part that could not be repaired. Now, these subtle injuries that could not be repaired before were filled by the life essence. Regardless of the size of the injuries, they were all repaired by the life essence as if there had never been any injuries. Yang Chen was directly immersed in this comfortable feeling of repair. It was so comfortable that it made him want to sleep. After all, Yang Chen had not slept for many years, and he completely relied on running martial arts to rest. However, Yang Chen did not forget to pay attention to the changes in the formation. Soon, Yang Chen found that the small part of the formation that he absorbed was constantly shrinking, and after it was reduced, it did not recover, which had clearly shown that it was absorbed by Yang Chen. Unexpectedly, the formation was still running, and it did not stop at all because Yang Chen had absorbed a small part of the formation. The formation of Goddess Hutu was really extraordinary, and Yang Chen could not figure out the principle of the formation until now. The power of the formation did not prevent Yang Chen from absorbing the life essence crazily. With such a good opportunity, Yang Chen would not give up. Soon, half of the formation was absorbed by Yang Chen, and the extremely subtle injuries in Yang Chen's body were basically healed. He gave Yang Chen such a huge gift as soon as he came up. Yang Chen really felt ashamed to accept it. However, Yang Chen was not hypocritical to the point of not accepting it and continued to absorb it. With so much life essence, and the pure essence of the immortal world, Yang Chen chose to use it to temper his body. He activated the Golden Body incantation, and the third level of Kwa Yi's secret technique circulated crazily, sending the essence to every part of his body, strengthening every inch of his bones and muscles. Unknowingly, Yang Chen's body improved again under the endless supply of this essence. While he was enjoying himself, the supply of life essence suddenly stopped. Yang Chen opened his eyes and saw that the small piece of formation had been absorbed by Yang Chen. After changing places, the yin-yang fire dragon inserted the tube into another formation and continued to absorb the life essence crazily. Kwa Yi's secret technique was indeed worthy of its reputation. It kept refining the essence and transforming it into the strength of Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen could even feel that his body refining technique had improved by leaps and bounds. Kwa Yi's secret technique's third level: early stage, middle stage, late stage, peak stage. In just a few decades, as Yang Chen absorbed more and more formation, Yang Chen's body refining technique was also constantly improving, and he was about to reach the peak of the third level of Kwa Yi's secret technique. This was entirely because of the life essence. Yang Chen was simply surprised. If he wanted to reach this realm according to the normal cultivation speed, it would take at least 10,000 years. Unexpectedly, in just a few decades, Yang Chen had reached such a level. Now, Yang Chen's body was no worse than those ordinary experts at the late stage of infinite tribulation, true immortal. This was the power of Kwa Yi's secret technique. As for the strength, Yang Chen had no way to estimate it, unless the giant Kuan directly pressed on him. Perhaps it could make Yang Chen feel a little pressure. Chapter 2640. The body refining technique had reached the peak of Kwa Yi's secret cultivation method, and there was no way to improve it. Yang Chen finally stopped absorbing the formation temporarily. At this point, when Yang Chen looked again, he was surprised to find that almost one-third of the formation had been absorbed by him. It had to be said that although the life essence was very powerful, Yang Chen's body refining technique was also strong enough, and the consumption was definitely not low. It was a miracle that only 2/3 of the formation was left, and it was still running. What was more amazing was that Yang Chen did not absorb it one by one, but absorbed it one by one. The whole formation was now in a fragmented state, but it could still run. The things produced by Goddess Hutu were really extraordinary. Yang Chen naturally would not leave the rest, and he still absorbed it madly. As for what to use it for, since the body refining technique had been cultivated to the peak, Yang Chen did not care about the body refining technique and began to refine it with the golden body secret art. Life essence and spiritual power seemed to be two different things, but Yang Chen was not afraid. He directly began to use his own golden merit and integrated these life essences into his golden body secret art with the merit manual. Something unexpected happened. Yang Chen's golden body secret art spiritual power cultivation began to improve crazily in the process of life essence being transformed by the merit manual. In Yang Chen's mind, except for Qianyuan pill and some limited dragon yuan, Yang Chen had never heard of anything that could directly improve spiritual power cultivation. Many alchemists refined medicinal pills that could only replenish the lost spiritual power, but could not improve the cultivation realm. But now, this incredible thing actually happened. Perhaps the merit manual played a great role in it. Yang Chen was not sure, because when he cultivated the golden body secret art before, it was not that he did not use the merit manual, but at that time, it was only to stabilize the golden body secret art, and there was no such effect of quickly improving cultivation. In this case, it was certain that the life essence must have played an unobtainable role in it. From early stage of Almighty Immortal, middle stage of Almighty Immortal, all the way to late stage of Almighty Immortal, Yang Chen stopped because he could no longer absorb any life essence from the formation. At this moment, the formation for condensing devil chi was just an empty shell. The formation had completely stopped working and was no longer effective. The condensed sea of fiend chi began to boil crazily. Countless wisps of black smoke condensed into a black pillar of smoke that stretched for thousands of miles, rising straight into the sky. This scene could probably be seen clearly from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. It would not take long for other cultivators to notice what was happening here. Soon enough, some cultivators would come over to investigate what was happening. Yang Chen had to hurry up with the second array formation. Fortunately, Yang Chen knew the trick. Anyway, all the formations had been divided by Yang Chen. This time, Yang Chen did not look for any large or small pieces, and directly found the center of the formation for condensing demon qi. Regardless of anything, he inserted the tube formed by the yin-yang fire dragon and continued to absorb the life essence using the nameless divine skill. The two formations were different routes to the same end, but one targeted devil qi, and the other targeted demon qi. There was not much difference, and Yang Chen was able to continue to absorb the life essence. From the late stage of Almighty Immortal to the peak of Almighty Immortal, the spiritual power required was almost more than the sum of the early stage to the late stage. Yang Chen paid attention to the surrounding movements while seizing the time to absorb the essence in the formation. As Yang Chen expected, the strange phenomenon caused by the evaporation of the sea of fiend qi did attract the attention of cultivators. At least, Yang Chen could detect at least hundreds of cultivators coming to the surroundings. There was even a fierce battle in the periphery. Yang Chen did not care who was fighting. The good things here had not been collected yet, so how could he care about the outside? The evaporation of the sea of fiend qi did not last too long. The sea of fiend qi with a radius of thousands of miles only lasted for a few days. All the sea of fiend qi was completely turned into devil qi and then evenly distributed throughout the immortal realm. Although the sea of fiend qi was thousands of miles wide, it was scattered throughout the vast immortal realm. For the cultivators in the immortal realm, it basically had little impact. At best, it was a little uncomfortable. However, at most, everyone thought that the weather was not right. Not many people would think that this was the beginning of the deterioration of the cultivation environment in the future. After the guys in the periphery fought for a while, some people began to explore the bottom of the sea of demon qi. The formation was so big that it was naturally discovered, and then those cultivators began to investigate and crack the formation, just like what Yang Chen had done before. However, Yang Chen could not be bothered with those fellows. The formation was very big and Yang Chen had hidden himself very well. As long as they did not find Yang Chen would not take action. Those fellows could do whatever they wanted. At any rate, given enough time, Yang Chen would be able to completely absorb the magic array. To Yang Chen's surprise, those cultivators quickly stopped and a large number of them retreated. They left a few cultivators behind to keep watch. After that, there was no more movement from them. Perhaps they had discovered that there was no way to find a gap in the magic array and decided to give up. Without disturbing Yang Chen continued to absorb the magic array to improve his cultivation base with a peace of mind. Yang Chen's golden merit points were being consumed at a rapid rate. If Long Xian were there, he would have noticed that the words on the merit stele were disappearing bit by bit. By now, 1/4 of them had already disappeared. Time flew and Yang Chen's cultivation base finally broke through the pinnacle of the Zenith Golden Immortal stage, stepping into the perfect Golden Immortal stage. Thankfully, Yang Chen was prepared for this. He forcibly suppressed his cultivation base and did not trigger his heavenly tribulation. Yang Chen had done this countless times in the immortal plane. Thus, he was very familiar with it. Thus, he did not alarm the cultivators who stayed behind. It was unknown if it was just a misconception on Yang Chen's part. This second magic array should have been of a higher grade and sturdier than the first magic array. Logically speaking, it should have taken longer to absorb the magic array. However, Yang Chen found that his rate of absorption was much faster compared to the first magic array. Perhaps it was due to the increase in his cultivation base, but Yang Chen did not think too much about it. Instead, he continued to do his best to absorb the magic array. Soon, the second magic array was about to reach the bottom under Yang Chen's absorption. At this time, Yang Chen discovered that the magic array's absorption speed was not due to the improvement of his cultivation base. Perhaps it had something to do with it, but the bigger reason was that there were others who were doing the same thing. Like Yang Chen, they were also absorbing the magic array's life essence. This time, Yang Chen was surprised. There was only one big piece of the magic array left, but he found that there was a little guy who was fighting with him. How could this be? Yang Chen hid well and was not discovered by others. The little guy opposite him had a low cultivation base, but he had just entered the Zenith Golden Immortal stage. Perhaps he had entered recently. He was absorbing the magic array with relish and did not notice that Yang Chen had discovered him. Chapter 2641. There was actually a peer. Yang Chen was also surprised. It must be known that Yang Chen's absorption method was passed down from old Devil Yi, and it was successful with the help of the power of the yin-yang heaven burning fire. What did the little guy rely on? However, now was not the time to find the answer. There was only so much life essence in the array. If Yang Chen wasted time, he was afraid that the little guy would grab more. It must be known that this was a rare good thing in the three realms that could directly improve the cultivation base. Yang Chen was reluctant to share it with others. Under the efforts of the two people, the second array formation's absorption speed was a bit faster. It didn't take long for there to be only the last array formation left. At this time, Yang Chen's figure could no longer be hidden and was discovered by several cultivators around him. Looking at the cultivators who surrounded him from several directions, Yang Chen calmly put away the yin-yang heaven burning fire and slowly stood up. He did not have the appearance of those guys who were facing a great enemy. Several cultivators were indeed very nervous. In an environment where they thought that there was absolutely no one to disturb them, a cultivator actually appeared silently. How could it not be frightening? Fortunately, although a few people were surprised, they were still mentally prepared after all. They were able to find this place because the first array formation was absorbed by Yang Chen, causing the devil chi to evaporate. This had already clearly shown that there must be a cultivator here. It was just that they searched the entire area at first and didn't find a figure. Later, no one else appeared. It didn't mean that there was no one. Now, the person took the initiative to show up, so it was their turn to be nervous. To be able to escape their detection so quietly, there must be some means. What was the purpose of the other party's appearance? Everyone was guessing until they saw the face of Yang Chen. It's Yang Chen. These cultivators recognized Yang Chen's identity in the shortest time, and then without saying anything, launched an attack. 4 Infinite Tribulation True Immortals and 4 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, a team of 8 experts, fought against Yang Chen, a new Infinite Tribulation True Immortal. Moreover, it was obvious that he had not crossed the Heavenly Tribulation yet and was suppressing his cultivation. If he did not want to trigger the Heavenly Tribulation in the fight, perhaps Yang Chen could only suppress his cultivation to fight against them. The 8 experts all felt that this was a great opportunity. Their respective natal magic weapons rushed towards Yang Chen. As long as a cultivator had been in the immortal world for a while, they would know that Grandmaster Yang Chen was a wandering treasure trove no matter where he went. As long as they could kill him, it would mean a huge amount of wealth. At the same time, from their standpoint, it was also an indescribably huge contribution. It was true that Yang Chen could not use the power of an innumerable tribulation true immortal. Otherwise, he would immediately trigger the heavenly tribulation. He was not afraid that he could not pass the heavenly tribulation, but he did not want to fight during the process. In addition, he was very curious about the little guy who could snatch food from him. Yang Chen was very curious. Once the heavenly tribulation was triggered, the little guy would definitely die. Bang bang bang, a few low sounds sounded one after another around Yang Chen, and several offensive magic weapons fell directly on his Tai Chi golden ball. At the same time, Yang Chen's hands had already grasped a magic weapon, and he didn't even think about it before squeezing it hard. The 2 cultivators began to vomit blood while trembling in pain. The 2 Infinite Tribulation True Immortals could not believe what was happening in front of them. They were late-stage Infinite Tribulation True Immortals, whose cultivation was many times higher than that of Yang Chen. However, their natal magic weapons could not even withstand a pinch from Yang Chen. Because Yang Chen's cultivation had suddenly increased rapidly in a short time, and he did not have the experience of fighting and cultivating as an Infinite Tribulation True Immortal in his previous life, Yang Chen was still a little unfamiliar with his own body and strength. In addition, the physical strength of the peak of the 3rd level of Kwa Yi's secret skill made Yang Chen feel more and more unfamiliar. He even doubted whether he could destroy more than half of the formation by raising his hand. This was also the reason why he chose to stand still and take the attacks from the 8 masters. The improvement of his cultivation had increased the power of the Tai Chi golden ball by hundreds of times. The peak of the third level of Kwa Yi's secret skill also gave Yang Chen an indescribably strong defensive power, so he did not have to worry that the opponents could hurt him. At present, this was the only way he could find a chance to catch two opponents when their natal magic weapons attacked him. Destroying the opponent's natal magic weapons meant severely injuring at least two of their masters. While fighting, Yang Chen also needed to familiarize himself with his current realm. A brand new realm, a brand new understanding. Yang Chen had to admit that the realm of infinite tribulation true immortal was really comfortable. Many things that he could think of but could not do in the past could be easily done now. This was a kind of enjoyment even in the process of fighting. As Yang Chen became more and more comfortable with his current cultivation and body, the 8 practitioners who attacked him were unlucky. 3 of them were seriously injured by Yang Chen because their natal magic weapons were destroyed by Yang Chen, 2 of them were smashed into meat paste by Yang Chen's fists, and the remaining 3 were cleanly cut into 6 pieces by the immortal beheading saber. The 3 seriously injured guys turned around and fled without thinking. In the eyes of some practitioners, it was not a shameful thing to run away if they could not win. Smart people could live longer. While running away, they did not forget to take the little guy they needed to protect, the little guy who had just been promoted to Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal not long ago. Run. The speed and passion they displayed while running for their lives were unimaginable. Even though the 3 experts were seriously injured, they still had the strength of infinite tribulation true immortals. They had to take the little guy of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal away because he was extremely important to them. Kai, Kai, Kai. 3 indistinct sounds rang out from the bodies of the 3 experts. The 3 of them did not seem to have expected that the little fellow they had been protecting, whom they had always thought to be one of their own, would make a move against them. Furthermore, it was in such a situation where they wanted to escape with him at all costs. Was he not afraid that Yang Chen would kill him directly? Or did he want to defect to Yang Chen in this situation? However, all this had nothing to do with them. The little guy's sneak attack was very accurate. The flying sword, which seemed almost worthless to them, directly penetrated their heads and hearts. Even if their cultivation was twice as strong, they would not be able to survive, not to mention that their natal magic weapons had just been destroyed and their sea of consciousness had been injured. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them could not be more dead. Senior, maybe you can't remember who I am, but I have received your kindness, so I want to repay you. The little guy faced Yang Chen, who was slowly walking over, without the slightest panic on his face, but said to Yang Chen. Chapter 2642. There was already a smile on Yang Chen's face at this moment. Of course, he recognized the little guy in front of him. In the memory of his previous life, apart from his unforgettable lover, Gaou, and several unforgettable enemies of the Shentian sect, this person left the deepest impression on him. Old Demon Yi, the guy who told Yang Chen the nameless cultivation method before he died, appeared alive in front of Yang Chen at this moment. It was obvious that Old Demon Yi was no longer the Old Demon Yi from his previous life, who had terrorized the entire immortal realm and struck fear into the hearts of countless cultivators. He was still a very young rookie who had just ascended to the immortal realm not long ago. It was about time. Old Demon Yi should have ascended a few hundred years ago. However, his cultivation rose a little too fast, but as long as he directly jumped from the almighty immortal to the innumerable tribulation true immortal, looking at the formation that had been absorbed with only a trace left, Yang Chen also knew how Old Demon Yi's cultivation came from. Damn, this old guy must have hidden something before he died. Yang Chen could be sure of this. Otherwise, Yang Chen himself would have to rely on the yin-yang heaven burning fire to be able to absorb the life essence in the formation, but Old Demon Yi had nothing. He could do this by relying on his own body, which obviously had a direct relationship with the cultivation method. This old guy was really cunning. Even before he died, he had to hide something. No wonder he could be so popular. If it weren't for the fact that he had killed too many people when he cultivated the nameless cultivation method in the mortal world to improve his acquired spiritual root in his previous life, and then continued to kill countless people in the spiritual world and the immortal world, maybe not many people would know the name of Old Demon Yi. Obviously, with the help of Yang Chen in this life, he achieved his goal of reducing the bloody massacre in the mortal world. Based on Old Devil Yi's character, He would never allow himself to become the target of public criticism. Hence, he must have been cultivating quietly and ascending to the immortal realm quietly. This guy still had the temper of his previous life. He just used the word senior in his words, and then called him you and me. There was no sense of respect in his bones at all. It could be seen that his character was usually an unruly guy. However, it was rare for him to call him senior. At least Yang Chen was very satisfied. This guy had never done this in his previous life. The only thing that Yang Chen was curious about was which sect old Demon Yi was from now. I remember you. Yang Chen smiled at old Demon Yi. Of course, there was also a point in this smile that old Demon Yi was actually a guy who knew how to repay kindness. Your surname is Yi. Sorry, I don't remember your name. In fact, I don't even know your name. When old Demon Yi's name was Old Yi, old Demon Yi, old Demon Yi's name, old sect old Demon Yi was the same. Yang Chen had been calling him that. Until now, he still didn't know the name of old Demon Yi. In the face of Yang Chen's answer, old Demon Yi stared at Yang Chen in disbelief. He didn't expect Yang Chen to remember such an insignificant person like him. Compared with Yang Chen's illustrious reputation, old Demon Yi had always felt that he was an insignificant person. But in the blink of an eye, old Demon Yi recovered. It was not surprising that Yang Chen remembered him. After all, the act of sending tens of thousands of people to him to be killed was too special. It was hard not to remember. He wasn't afraid that Yang Chen had any ulterior motives towards him. Just the fact that he sent people to him to be killed was already a great kindness. Old Demon Yi knew very well how much help Yang Chen had given him. If he could get the same effect on the battlefield or elsewhere, he would have to kill at least millions of mortals. This number was dozens of times more than what old Demon Yi had killed in his previous life. Of course, old Demon Yi himself didn't know this. But he knew that Yang Chen didn't let him bear the reputation of a homicidal maniac and achieved his goal. This was a great kindness. My name is Yi Chen. Old Demon Yi said his name and then said to Yang Chen happily, I'm sure I can repay your kindness. I'm actually a member of the Zhao family now, and you must want to get rid of the Zhao family in one fell swoop. Yang Chen's expression immediately became interesting. It was really surprising that old Demon Yi had become a member of the Zhao family. You saw the method of absorbing the life essence in this place from me, right? Old Demon Yi asked Yang Chen another question. Because he knew that in this world, apart from his family, there was no other cultivation method that could achieve this. You still need to use some other things to assist you, right? Yang Chen nodded. He didn't want to admit that he learned the cultivation method from old Demon Yi in his previous life, so this was the best explanation. It was something that old Demon Yi had learned during his own cultivation, and no one could say anything wrong about it. Although he was suspected of secretly learning other people's secret manuals, Yang Chen still gave him great compensation. Moreover, what he learned was not complete. Don't worry, I won't ask you for anything. Old Demon Yi said with a smile, what I get from you is far more than what I give. I don't have any other good points, but I know that I must repay kindness. In this regard, Yang Chen felt that this guy was quite likable. At least he knew what he wanted to do. You want to get rid of the Zhao family, you want to get rid of the Mystic Heaven sect. I know all of this. Old Demon Yi looked at Yang Chen as if he wanted to see some panic on his face. But old Demon Yi was disappointed. The smile on Yang Chen's face never changed. It was no secret that Yang Chen wanted to get rid of the Zhao family. It wasn't difficult for old Demon Yi to guess that Yang Chen wanted to deal with the Mystic Heaven sect. At that time, where did the tens of thousands of cultivators come from for old Demon Yi to kill one by one? As long as he carefully analyzed the situation, it wasn't difficult to figure out where the cultivators he killed came from. In fact, I've always known that you were the one who did everything. Old Demon Yi said to Yang Chen again, I admire you very much. If it were me, I wouldn't have the courage and means to mess up the Mystic Heaven sect and the Zhao family like this. As long as he knew that Yang Chen wanted to deal with the Zhao family and the Mystic Heaven sect, then looking at the current situation of the Zhao family and the Mystic Heaven sect, he knew how successful Yang Chen was. Old Demon Yi had no intention of hiding it at all and revealed his thoughts. Perhaps it was because he hadn't had someone to talk to for a long time. Old Demon Yi seemed very excited. Yang Chen completely objected to Old Demon Yi, saying that if it were him, he wouldn't have the courage and means. In his previous life, although Old Demon Yi was forced to take that step, his courage and means were definitely not inferior to Yang Chen's. Perhaps his means were a little inferior, but his courage was definitely much better. The Zhao family is now using my power to complete the divine realm. Old Demon Yi finally said the most important thing that Yang Chen wanted to know the most. At the same time, I can also deal a fatal blow to the Mystic Heaven sect. I think I can help you do what you want, and then we don't owe each other anything. Chapter 2643. Yang Chen only dared to believe half of Old Demon Yi's words. In his previous life, Old Demon Yi had never been known to have a good reputation. Now, he was putting on a show of gratitude. Who knew if Old Demon Yi was just putting on a false front after assessing the situation and realizing that there was no way he could escape? It was very possible. 4 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals and 4 Tribulation True Immortals were slaughtered like chickens in front of Yang Chen. If Old Demon Yi still couldn't see it, then he was really too blind. I know you may not believe this, but I will prove it. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't respond for a while, Old Demon Yi suddenly said with a smile, "The Zhao family's destruction is inevitable. I'm not a fool. I won't be tied to them." "How do you know that the Zhao family can't save them?" Yang Chen asked. If Old Demon Yi had really seen through this, he wouldn't have insisted on this matter. After all, being tied to the Zhao family meant dying together. With Old Demon Yi's intelligence, he would never follow the Zhao family wholeheartedly. Did loyalty mean anything to Old Demon Yi? "Don't think I don't know what this place is." Old Demon Yi replied with a smile. The palace of Goddess Hutu suddenly turned into such 2 formations. "I think I know where the devil chi and monster chi in the demon realm and the monster realm come from. Since Master Yang has been here for many years, it means that at least Goddess Hutu is on your side, or she was killed by you on the immortal beheading platform, so you know a lot of secrets." Old Demon Yi was not afraid to show his intelligence in front of Yang Chen. The smarter he showed, the more Yang Chen would believe that he wouldn't be on the Zhao family's side. It's not a coincidence that the demon realm and the monster realm fell into your hands. 2 complete worlds fell into your hands. How can you call yourself the God realm with the help of the immortal realm? Hearing that Old Demon Yi said that Goddess Hutu was on his side, Yang Chen really felt a little bitter. He had probably offended Goddess Hutu badly now. Although Goddess Hutu didn't stop him all these years, it was probably because of Brother Li Cheng's suppression. Anyway, he would suffer when he went back. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell Old Demon Yi about this. "I like smart people like you." Yang Chen now truly believed that Old Demon Yi wouldn't stand on the Zhao family's side. He was truly a smart person. Yang Chen admired him very much. "I also like how you're grateful. Deal. Help me deal with the mysterious Heaven sect and the Zhao family, and we won't owe each other anything. I'm sure you already know that the Zhao family is plotting against the God realm." Old Demon Yi wasn't one to procrastinate. When he heard Yang Chen say that it was a deal, he merely nodded and began to explain, "Even I don't know the general location of the immortal realm. However, my cultivation technique can make the God world more stable, and speed up the process of the God world becoming a world of its own." Yang Chen didn't want to ask Old Demon Yi what kind of cultivation method he used to achieve this. Even if he asked, Old Demon Yi might not answer. All he wanted to know was how Old Demon Yi was going to complete the deal. To put it bluntly, Old Demon Yi wanted to repay a debt of gratitude, but he had been unable to do so. This was also one of his inner demons. This condition was good for both Yang Chen and Old Demon Yi. One solved a huge problem, and the other solved a hidden inner demon. It was a win-win situation. If there was a Kuan Peng, it would be easier to stabilize the God realm. Old Demon Yi continued, "Originally, the Zhao family had already found out about the whereabouts of a Kuan Peng by chance. I didn't expect you to beat them to it. It can be said that you're clearly the Zhao family's natural nemesis in many things. You can always grasp the Zhao family's weakness in advance, and you also learned many secrets in the immortal slaying platform that even the current Jade Emperor doesn't know. Old demon Yi seemed to be afraid that Yang Chen would doubt him, so he completely revealed his thoughts and dispelled his worries. It's the same in the mortal world, the spiritual world, and the immortal world. The Kuan Peng was one step ahead of them, and the formation on Goddess Hutu's side was the same. Even I, whom they thought was their life-saving straw, was planted in the mortal world by you. When you knew that you were going to face such an enemy, what did you think? Old demon Yi wasn't afraid of praising Yang Chen in front of Yang Chen, nor was he worried that Yang Chen would misunderstand that he was flattering him. He just said what he felt in his heart. My first thought was fear, especially when I saw your portrait and recognized that you were the benefactor who nurtured me in the mortal world. At that time, I didn't want to repay your kindness, but I was afraid. Old demon Yi wasn't exaggerating. He was really afraid. Especially after a smart guy like him deduced from the clues that Yang Chen was the real culprit who almost destroyed the Mystic Heaven sect, this feeling made him shudder. Even when he was won over by the Zhao family and worked for the Zhao family, he had always felt this way. Was it worth it to be an enemy of Yang Chen? Therefore, even though everyone had reached a consensus, Old demon Yi still took the trouble to express his feelings to Yang Chen. After you come here to improve your cultivation, will you go back to consolidate the immortal realm? Yang Chen smiled and didn't blame old demon Yi for being careful. Although this guy had always been careful, he only called him Senior once and Master Yang once. The rest of the time, he called him Senior and Master Yang. He was still the arrogant and unruly guy in his bones. Yes. Old demon Yi looked at the depleted formation and said with a little regret, it's a pity that it didn't improve much. If you trust me, I can use some other means to help. Yang Chen didn't waste any more time and directly took out the 3-star alchemy furnace. This is the alchemy furnace personally refined by the 3 stars of Fulu and Shou. I can use it to refine you. It's unlikely to directly improve your cultivation, but it can increase your luck by 3 stars and strengthen your muscles and bones. Do you want to try? Neza and Yang Jian have both been refined inside and have benefited a lot. If he still had some concerns about letting old demon Yi take the initiative to enter the 3-star alchemy furnace, then Yang Chen's last sentence was the straw that broke the camel's back. Who were Neza and Yang Jian? Old demon Yi knew very well that they had all been refined inside, so it wasn't just Goddess Hutu who stood on Yang Chen's side. Others might not believe Yang Chen's words, but old demon Yi knew very well that the golden wishful pagoda was snatched by Yang Chen. It would be strange if Neza didn't cooperate with him. No wonder he heard that Yang Chen had killed at least 100,000 cultivators within 100 years of his ascension. It seemed that Yang Jian and Neza had also contributed a lot. Let me give it a try. Old demon Yi made a prompt decision. If Yang Chen wanted to kill him, he didn't need this alchemy furnace at all. It was purely giving him benefits. How could he miss this opportunity? Chapter 2644. Alright, I'll make the preparations. Tell me, how do we deal with the Zhao family and the mysterious heaven sect? Yang Chen nodded. At this point, Yang Chen completely trusted old demon Yi. This fellow was definitely a wily old fox. In his previous life, if it wasn't for the fact that he had a bad reputation since the beginning of his cultivation, he definitely wouldn't have made it to the point where everyone in the immortal world wanted to beat him up. This life was indeed like that. His cultivation was so high, but up until now, the 3 realms had never heard of old demon Yi's infamy. He didn't even have a reputation, which showed how smart he was. Someone like old demon Yi was the real expert in disguising as a pig to eat a tiger. As long as he made a move, his opponent would definitely end up dead. Moreover, it depended on how old demon Yi liked his opponents to die. If such an old devil wanted to deal with the Zhao family and the mysterious heaven sect in secret, Yang Chen could already imagine the tragic state of the mysterious heaven sect and the Zhao family. Without the Kuan Peng, more than half of the formation here has been absorbed. What's left is not enough for me to advance to the level of an innumerable tribulation true immortal. If I make a move, the stabilizing time of the divine realm will increase by at least 10,000 years. Old demon Yi said quickly. He had already felt Yang Chen's trust. If he didn't show it now, when would he? The Zhao family doesn't have that much time. Yang Chen believed that under the pressure of Yang Chen and the other forces, the Zhao family really didn't have 10,000 years to wait for the God world to take shape. The divine world is of utmost importance to the Zhao family. If the divine world is formed, its power will be 100 times stronger than the demon realm and Yarrow realm combined. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is comparable to the immortal realm. Old Demon Yi continued, as long as the immortal realm is formed, not only will the Zhao clan be able to call itself the ruler of the world, but it will also be able to contend with the entire immortal realm. At that time, it won't be a problem for the Zhao clan to dominate the immortal realm, and it won't be impossible for them to refine the three realms. Yang Chen also believed that the Zhao family only had one bet left, but as long as this bet was right, then the Zhao family would have a smooth road ahead. This was also why they did not panic when the Devil realm and the Demon realm failed one after another. As long as the God realm was complete, he would be able to have anything he wanted in the future. Everything that he had lost could be regained. The only problem was time. The other parties would not give the Zhao family enough time. It could be said that the Zhao clan and the other parties were competing for time. Whoever got the first one would have the absolute advantage. Now that the Zhao family has been forced to a dead end, even with my cooperation, they will have to take a risk. Old Demon Yi finally brought out what he wanted to say. If you want to quickly form the immortal realm, there's one more thing that can help. What is it? Yang Chen asked. If Old Devil Yi could say something like that, then it must be something very important. Actually, there's a half-world in the immortal world. Old Demon Yi finally saw something that even Yang Chen didn't know. He couldn't help but laugh. If the 2.5 realms can be combined and refined, the immortal realm will take shape in the shortest time possible. The fastest time? Yang Chen was not afraid that there was something that could help form the divine realm. He only cared about time, so the first question he asked was about time. Within 1,000 years, Old Demon Yi answered with certainty. Hiss. Yang Chen gasped. If the Zhao family's immortal realm took shape within 1,000 years, then it would be a disaster for the immortal world. At this time, Yang Chen finally couldn't help but ask about the crucial half-world. Where is that half-world? The capital of the heavenly court. Old Demon Yi was enjoying Yang Chen's expression very much, so he kept answering with a smile. Outer city or inner city? Yang Chen asked anxiously. A half-world was actually hiding in the capital of the heavenly court, and no one had discovered it. What a joke. Inner city. Old Demon Yi answered calmly. He wanted to see Yang Chen's reaction after knowing the answer. It was going to be very interesting. The inner city was where the residences of the important figures and the imperial city were. There was actually a half-world hidden there. What made Yang Chen even more incredulous was that none of the important figures knew about it. Even Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, and any Jia didn't know about it, let alone the newly ascended Jade Emperor. Was there anything more ridiculous than this? That expert's residence in the inner city? Or the Queen Mother's Jade Pool? Yang Chen asked again. Neither. Old Demon Yi shook his head. It's somewhere everyone can see. It wasn't the Queen Mother's Jade Pool, it wasn't the official's residence. It seemed like there was only one choice left. How is that possible? Yang Chen really didn't want to say the answer, but Old Demon Yi's obvious hint locked onto the answer. The soaring heaven palace of the Golden Arches? Old Demon Yi nodded with a heavy smile. When he first heard this news, he was even more shocked than Yang Chen. That place, how was it possible? Where is the soaring heaven palace of the Golden Arches? Yang Chen's reaction was a bit better than Old Demon Yi's. At least this important news only shocked Yang Chen for a bit before he started asking for details. It's not the soaring heaven palace of the Golden Arches. Old Demon Yi smiled bitterly. It's the soaring heaven palace of the Golden Arches, the soaring heaven palace itself. Yang Chen was completely stunned. Who would have thought that the soaring heaven king palace that even Yang Chen had entered a few times was actually a half-world? Among those who were qualified to enter the soaring heaven king palace, which of them would place their thoughts on the soaring heaven king palace itself? Even if he paid more attention to it, he would at most think that the soaring heaven king palace was a cave abode of the highest grade that had been refined. This was where the Jade Emperor discussed matters. So what if it was a cave abode of the highest grade? However, who would have thought that the soaring Heaven King Palace was actually a half-world? If he could absorb and refine the soaring Heaven King Palace, the realm of gods could almost instantly become an independent world. Moreover, it would be connected to the celestial world through the soaring Heaven King Palace. By then, controlling the celestial world would definitely not be a joke. It was no wonder that Zhao family didn't treat soaring Heaven King Palace as their target. This target was too obvious. How many people saw it every day? Anyone who dared to go in and out of this place would be courting death. In the past, the Zhao clan sought stability and acted in the dark. Of course, they wouldn't think of such a devious idea. Now that the Zhao clan was being forced into a desperate situation by Yang Chen step by step, it seemed like they could only set their sights on the soaring Heaven King Palace. Anyway, at most, they would suffer a greater loss. As long as they succeeded in the end, they could recover no matter how great the loss was. The Zhao clan will refine the soaring Heaven King Palace at all costs. Old Demon Yi finally revealed his plan. And as the Jade Emperor, he will definitely not allow the soaring Heaven King Palace to be refined. As long as the important figures of both sides are involved, both sides will be in a dilemma. I will do my best at the beginning, but I will slowly slack off later on and carefully withdraw. Old Demon Yi wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't sacrifice himself to repay a debt of gratitude. When both sides can't get rid of it, you or someone else can appear. Then, bam! It's the simplest way to benefit from a fight between a sandpiper and a clam. The Zhao clan and Mystic Heaven sect will be completely annihilated. I'll be free and you'll be successful. How about that? Chapter 2645. When will the Zhao family make a move? How will the Shentian sect fall into the trap? What's the best time to make a move? What's your plan? Yang Chen frowned and asked Old Demon Yi. That's your problem. Old Demon Yi took a step back and didn't agree to anything else. I've already thought of this much and we're even. Any more and I'll lose myself. That won't do. As expected, Old Demon Yi was still the same. Even if he agreed to be even, he was only responsible for planning up to this point. He might make a move in the early stages, but he definitely wouldn't make a move in the later stages. Old Demon Yi cherished his life like gold. This was the reason why he was able to live to this day even though he wasn't famous. As for how to trick the Shentian sect, he directly pushed the responsibility to Yang Chen. That was Yang Chen's problem. Even if Yang Chen couldn't do it, Old Demon Yi might even turn to the Zhao family at the critical moment based on the development of the situation. If the realm of divinity was successfully formed, the Zhao family's chances of winning would increase greatly. Old Demon Yi wouldn't want to face the Zhao family's pursuit in the future. Yang Chen couldn't do anything about this slippery guy. After all, Old Demon Yi had turned to his side and given the plan. Whether he could catch him or not depended on whether Yang Chen could successfully push it. In any case, Old Demon Yi wouldn't make a move anymore. This guy was so calculative. After thinking about it, Yang Chen didn't force him anymore. Since he had already told him the plan, there was a high chance of success if it was carried out according to the plan. When the time comes, how will you get out? Yang Chen didn't say anything more and just asked this question. Yang Chen's question stunned Old Demon Yi. He didn't expect Yang Chen to care about his escape plan. This also warmed Old Demon Yi's heart. It's simple. As long as I can slightly refine the soaring Heaven King Palace, the Zhao family will realize that it doesn't make much of a difference whether they have me or not. At most, they can buy 10 or 20 years. Old Demon Yi smiled and revealed his retreat plan. He's just an unimportant guy. It'll be easy for me to get out of this. Yang Chen thought about it and agreed. This meant that Old Demon Yi had indeed thought through the plan thoroughly. Thus, he didn't say anything more and directly instructed, don't absorb the array first, enter the alchemy furnace. Without saying a word, Old Demon Yi jumped right in after Yang Chen took out the 3-star alchemy furnace and enlarged it. According to the method of refining Yang Jian and Neza, Yang Chen threw some rare medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace, and then began to refine them in reverse with the lowest level of earth fire. Old Demon Yi couldn't compare with young Jian and Neza. He couldn't bear the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. He couldn't even use a high-level fire seed. He could only use the most basic alchemy fire seed. Not to mention Old Demon Yi, even young Jian and Neza couldn't withstand the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. This was the perfect yin-yang heaven-burning fire after combining the furnace fire of heaven and earth and the karma fire of all beings. If Yang Chen really wanted to, Yang Jian and Neza would have long been refined into coke. Old Demon Yi could now fully experience the benefits of his body being tempered to become more and more resilient. He wasn't Yang Jian and Neza. The physical bodies of those two were already the most powerful in the immortal world. Even if Yang Chen used a secret method to temper them, they could only be a little better. But Old Demon Yi was different. He was forcibly promoted to the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal by the life essence of the array. His physical body hadn't really experienced thousands of years of tempering, so it was far from reaching a strong level. Now after the 3-star refinement, the toughness of Old Demon Yi's physical body had simply improved by leaps and bounds, directly making a qualitative leap. In just a few years, Old Demon Yi felt as if he had cultivated for hundreds of years, and the toughness of his physical body had directly improved by a big level. With such a strong physical body, it would be much easier to cultivate more advanced magic arts in the future. The few years of refinement alone had saved Old Demon Yi hundreds of years of tempering his fleshly body. Even though Old Demon Yi was a person who was good at scheming, when he came out of the 3-star alchemy furnace and felt the state of his body, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he made the right choice at the critical moment. The remaining array is enough for you to promote to the middle stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Yang Chen looked at the last remaining array and had no desire to absorb it, so he simply threw it to Old Demon Yi. This should make you more valued when you go back. The 8 experts who followed you to protect you are all dead. You know how to make the Zhao family trust you, right? Simple. Old Demon Yi answered very casually to Yang Chen. This really wasn't a big problem for Old Demon Yi. Moreover, the Zhao family needed Old Demon Yi to help them stabilize the immortal realm. As long as Old Demon Yi was still useful, so what if they suspected him? You're on your own. Yang Chen left a word of encouragement for Old Demon Yi, then turned and left. Although the array here was still there, it would disappear in a few years at most. Such a long time was enough for Yang Chen to arrange some other things. As for Old Demon Yi, he believed that he would know what to choose and would never make a wrong decision. Now Yang Chen's headache was how to face the Lady of Earth. This so-called test should have really offended the Lady of Earth. After going back, he didn't know how to deal with it. Fortunately, Brother Li Cheng was there, otherwise, he really didn't know if he would be killed by the Lady of Earth face to face. However, although he was worried, Yang Chen still had to face it. His lovers were all by the Lady of Earth's side, and Yang Chen couldn't avoid it. He could only see if he could persuade the Lady of Earth to give up her unrealistic fantasies. At least so far, the Lady of Earth had not thought about the mountain river geographical map, nor did she take any action. This was barely good news. Yang Chen didn't rush home. He walked at the most ordinary speed along the way, thinking about how to face the Lady of Earth and how to perfect Old Demon Yi's plan. At the same time, he was also getting used to and adapting to the new body refining technique and cultivation realm. It took him a few years just on the road. When Yang Chen had completely adapted to these, Old Demon Yi did not let him down and completely absorbed the last piece of the array. The moment it was absorbed, the demonic chi sea evaporated out of thin air and quickly spread the demonic chi evenly throughout the immortal realm. The influence of devil chi was small, but the demonic chi was different. It also had some influence on the experts of the immortal realm. However, this was the demonic chi that had been accumulated for more than 1,000 years. After more than 1,000 years of accumulation, its concentration was enough to affect the early stage of tribulation true immortal. Although it only made them feel uneasy in their cultivation, it was enough to alert the tribulation true immortals. As for those below the tribulation true immortal, even if they were at the peak of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, they could not help but be affected by this terrifying demonic chi, and their cultivation almost stagnated. Chapter 2646. In just a few days, The demon aura had completely spread throughout the immortal realm. All the cultivators understood that something big had happened in the immortal realm. Unfortunately, except for a few, no one knew what had happened. The pervasive demon aura had brought great trouble to the vast majority of cultivators. The cultivation process, which had not experienced the real devil aura and demon aura for millions of years, finally showed its terrible drawbacks. Countless Shen immortals and golden immortals could not bear the influence of such a huge demon aura and directly went mad. At the level of almighty immortal, it was slightly better, but it did not immediately cause them trouble. The influence of demon aura still inevitably appeared in their lives and cultivation. Their rate of cultivation plummeted. Under the influence of both demonic energy and yarrow energy, those cultivators who were known to be the calmest and most capable of holding their breaths would often become irritated. Countless cultivators were incapable of maintaining their state of mind and began to go berserk. Just the battles between cultivators alone had already happened millions of times. As soon as the influence of demon aura appeared here, Yang Chen had already returned to Chunyang Palace. Since the formation had been completely shut down, Yang Chen had to go back even if he did not want to. There was a reason to delay before, but now there was no reason to delay. When Yang Chen returned to Chunyang Palace and saw elder brother Li Cheng, he was greeted by elder brother Li Cheng's faint smile, as if he had seen through his whole body. "You dare to come back?" Elder brother Li Cheng directly scolded Yang Chen with a smile. "Aren't you afraid that Hutu will lose her temper and directly tear you into pieces?" The only person in the world who dared to call the goddess by her name and only by her name was probably Li Cheng's brother, the Dao ancestor. In the face of elder brother Li Cheng's question, Yang Chen was in a good mood. Especially when he saw elder brother Li Cheng's smile, he also replied with a cheeky smile, "The goddess is stubborn. Maybe I can only disobey her decree once. For my sake, Hutu may not care much about your previous behavior." Elder brother Li Cheng's face suddenly became serious, "But if you say that she is stubborn, I'm afraid that no matter how big my face is, I can't cover your troublesome mouth." "Big brother, right is right, wrong is wrong." This time, Yang Chen even rebutted big brother Li Cheng. If it weren't for the goddess's good intention to do bad things before, why would those cultivators be unable to bear such a degree of monster chi and demonic chi? Isn't it normal that the demonic chi and demonic chi accumulated over thousands of years can't be blocked? Brother Li Cheng frowned and scolded Yang Chen, who too has good intentions. "How could he raise such an ungrateful person like you? You should know that you are also a beneficiary of Hutu's actions. The demonic energy inside the mountain river geographical map is 10 times denser than outside." Yang Chen retorted mercilessly, "The living beings inside are no less than the ones outside, and their cultivation bases are much lower than the ones outside, but how many of them can't handle it?" "That's different." Big brother Li Cheng was planning to tell Yang Chen everything, so he quickly replied, "They've always been in that kind of illusion, so they're already used to it. The living beings in the 3 realms will get used to it one day." Yang Chen was completely tit-for-tat, and didn't care whether what big brother Li Cheng said was reasonable or not. "Big brother, doing bad things with good intentions is doing bad things with good intention. Her Highness is compassionate, and everyone admires her, but this is not a reason to do wrong at will and interfere with the way of heaven. If what Her Highness did was really right, why did you have to be stabbed on the immortal beheading platform? Was it just to delay the outbreak for a few days? Even if you're not afraid of Hutu, you have to give her some face, right?" Li Cheng frowned more tightly. "Are you going to offend her so bluntly?" "Offend?" Yang Chen looked at big brother Li Cheng and laughed. He laughed because of big brother Li Cheng's anger. "Big brother, I even killed you and the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother. Is there anything more offensive than this?" Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen very seriously and looked at him. Yang Chen looked at big brother Li Cheng without being discouraged. He did not back down at all. After a long time, big brother Li Cheng suddenly smiled. He turned around and said, "Lady of Earth, how is it?" "Ah." The Lady of Earth's figure appeared from the void and stood beside big brother Li Cheng. If they were like Yang Chen back then, they wouldn't have lost their lives for my unrealistic fantasy. After speaking to big brother Li Cheng, the Lady of Earth turned to Yang Chen and bowed to Yang Chen. "It's my fault for threatening you with your family's lives. I apologize. This time's apology, Yang Chen, was solidly accepted. Yang Chen did not dare to bear the gratitude of the Lady of Earth after giving a huge amount of merit to the Lady of Earth. However, she used the lives of Gaou and the others to threaten Yang Chen. Yang Chen accepted the apology with a clear conscience. In his heart, Gaou and the others were much more important than the huge amount of merit. Gaou and the others also appeared at this moment. After appearing, Gaou did not say anything and pounced into Yang Chen's arms. Yang Chen was unwilling to fake his death to save the people of the world, but he was willing to die for them. This was more precious than anything. Yang Chen hugged Gaou tightly and did not want to let go at all. The women knew who was the most important person in Yang Chen's heart, so they did not go forward. On the other hand, Sun Qingxue did not care and snatched a spot beside Gaou. She also crawled into Yang Chen's arms and was hugged by Yang Chen with one hand. Now, Yang Chen completely understood the Lady of Earth's test. It seemed to be to see if he was willing to fake his death at a low price to continue the goddess's path. At the same time, it also wanted to see if he was willing to resist the goddess's intentions and if he had the ability to use his own method to solve the two array formations. However, Yang Chen still did not understand what was the point of such a test. However, he didn't ask any more questions. He had absorbed the two formations for no reason and his cultivation had skyrocketed by a large realm. He had already reaped the benefits, so asking such an ungrateful question would seem like he was trying to take advantage of the situation. Remember your choice. After Yang Chen's family had reunited enough, the goddess said, in the future, don't give up your persistence because of anyone or anything. I'll remember. At this time, Yang Chen became respectful again. No matter what the goddess did, she was still the Lady of Earth. There were many people with lofty ideals behind her who had sacrificed themselves for the common people of the world. Yang Chen could not be disrespectful. Yang Chen also knew where the life essence came from. It must be the cultivators who voluntarily sacrificed themselves in the mouth of the goddess. However, at this time, Yang Chen really did not know what to say. I'm going to atone for my previous mistakes. The goddess's voice sounded, but her body began to slowly become transparent and illusory. When you have the ability, take care of the three realms. Chapter 2647. Looking at this scene, Yang Chen was still confused for a long time. What did the goddess mean by atonement? What? Just as he was feeling bewildered, he suddenly realized that there was a change in the mountain river geographical map. The third primordial spirit sensed that there was suddenly an incomparably powerful primordial spirit that the third primordial spirit could not control among the artifact spirits of the mountain river geographical map. In an instant, Yang Chen understood what the goddess meant by atonement. Is the goddess really planning to be the artifact spirit of the mountain river geographical map? Yang Chen was shocked once again. This was the first time Yang Chen had been shocked by the goddess. Yang Chen believed that the Lady of Earth definitely did not want to force the mountain river geographical map. At least, she would not do that in front of Brother Li Cheng. Moreover, the questions that Brother Li Cheng had asked Yang Chen were obviously what the Lady of Earth wanted to ask. Those two array formations were really just tests. She only wanted to know if Yang Chen's persistence was thorough enough and if there would be any deviation in the execution due to some uncontrollable changes. Now, it seemed that Brother Li Cheng and the Lady of Earth were very satisfied with the results of Yang Chen's test. That was why they made such a decision. The Lady of Earth's primordial spirit quickly filled the three realms of the mountain river geographical map, suppressing the dragon spirits into submission. The heavenly Tao that the goddess had grasped was much more thorough than that of Yang Chen's third primordial spirit. The mountain river geographical map was increasing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Whether it was Yang Chen or the third primordial spirit, in the face of all these changes, they just quietly watched, quietly observed, and did not have the slightest intention to stop. Since the goddess had already made a decision and even Brother Li Cheng did not stop her, it would be useless even if Yang Chen went out. Why did he have to stop her? Fortunately, the primordial spirit of the Empress did not occupy the nest of the magpie to disperse Yang Chen's third primordial spirit, but after integrating the three realms and commanding all the dragon spirits, she positioned herself under Yang Chen and above everything else. You control the rules more firmly than I do, so you are the most suitable one to rule. The goddess communicated directly with Yang Chen through her third primordial soul. She made her intentions clear. Besides, I've also discovered the Jade Emperor's aura on you. You're the most suitable person to rule over the three realms. As if to confirm the goddess's words, Yang Chen did not increase his dignified aura for a long time after consuming the Jade Emperor's heavenly essence pill. The moment the goddess willingly became Yang Chen's third primordial soul, the Jade Emperor's aura in the heavenly essence pill was completely activated. In an instant, an indescribably noble and dignified aura appeared on Yang Chen's body. In Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, a layer of destiny that could control the fate of the three realms suddenly appeared. The soaring Heaven King Palace in his sea of consciousness had solidified by several times. Tens of thousands of strands of auspicious energy appeared and decorated the entire soaring Heaven King Palace like a real soaring Heaven King Palace. On the empty throne of the soaring Heaven King Palace, there was a clear figure. When Yang Chen's consciousness entered his sea of consciousness, he realized that the figure was him. In his sea of consciousness, it should be his main body. In the soaring Heaven King Palace in his sea of consciousness, he actually sat on the Jade Emperor's throne. This was something that Yang Chen did not expect. Everything changed so quickly that Yang Chen was shocked by so many changes. Fortunately, once his main body sat on the Jade Emperor's throne, he completely woke up. Therefore, his consciousness had never been so clear. It was as if there would no longer be anything in the world that could confuse him or shock him after that moment. The goddess's recognition actually had such an effect. Yang Chen quickly understood the reason behind it. In the past, the third primordial soul controlled the heavenly Tao, the mountain river geographical map, and the rules. However, no living beings knew about it or recognized it. Therefore, at that time, the third primordial soul was only an artifact spirit. As soon as the Lady of Earth joined the mountain river geographical map, she controlled almost all the rules, but she served Yang Chen as her master. When the Lady of Earth recognized him, there was a consensus among all living beings in this world, just as all living beings recognized that the Jade Emperor ruled the three realms. Yang Chen naturally had such a change. There were many rules of the heavenly Tao that were previously unimaginable or incomprehensible in his mind. At this moment, they were all clearly presented in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. The level of the mountain river geographical map had also risen out of thin air, directly surpassing the immortal beheading stage. In the eyes of the women, their husband's aura was becoming more and more intoxicating, addictive, and involuntarily making them want to be obedient. As for Gong Sunling, she stood in the same place and frantically improved her cultivation. When she met Yang Chen, she was still at the middle stage of Almighty Immortal, but in the blink of an eye, she had reached the late stage of Almighty Immortal, and her cultivation was still improving. Everyone didn't need to personally feel the improvement of the mountain river geographical map, they could see the clues from Gong Sunling. Only the mountain river geographical map, a life-bonded magic treasure, could make Gong Sunling like this. For a long time, Yang Chen's cultivation was the lowest in the family. The golden body secret art took care of 10 kinds of spiritual power, so his cultivation was slow to improve. But this time, Yang Chen finally got rid of this hat and became the one with the highest cultivation in the family, which was also a commendable thing. It would still take some time for the goddess to integrate with the mountain river geographical map, but Yang Chen had already recovered. Since he trusted the Lady of Earth to control the mountain river geographical map, he would let the goddess do what she wanted. Yang Chen's role would be more reflected in the judgment, especially in the mistakes made by some soft-hearted goddesses. But for the time being, Yang Chen's third primordial spirit could definitely be lazy for a while. The goddess would definitely not make the mistake she had just made. Big brother, won't I offend the goddess too much? Yang Chen asked Brother Li Cheng worriedly. Besides, isn't it inappropriate for the goddess to do this all the time? Alas! Brother Li Cheng sighed and said, after this incident, Hutu has always felt that she can't be forgiven. It's good for her to take the initiative to do something that can make her feel at ease. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Even if it's atonement, there should be a limit. Yang Chen felt a little indignant for the goddess. Even if the goddess's previous decision was a little biased, there were more than 1 or 2 people who benefited. It can't be all on the goddess's head, right? Don't worry. The Lady of Earth will atone for her sins for 1,000,000 years. At that time, she will come out on her own. Brother Li Cheng was not worried about this. This is also a training for the Lady of Earth. After this time, she can also step into the threshold of becoming a saint. You just need to take good care of the Lady of Earth's body and return it to her when she comes out. Hearing that this could also make the Lady of Earth become a saint, Yang Chen did not say anything else. If such a good thing was stopped, the Lady of Earth might fight him to the death. Yang Chen was most willing to help others achieve their goals. Chapter 2648. The goddess settled down in the mountain river geographical map and atoned for her previous mistakes. Basically, this matter was considered to have come to an end. Next, Yang Chen told Big Brother Li Cheng about the Zhao family and the Mystic Heaven sect. Yang Chen didn't mention much about Old Demon Yi's background. He only told Big Brother Li Cheng that Old Demon Yi was now being won over by the Zhao family to stabilize the godly realm. Without the Big Kuan, Old Demon Yi's cultivation hadn't increased enough. If the Zhao family's godly realm wanted to quickly stabilize and become an independent world, the only way was to absorb and refine the Soaring Heaven King Palace. Yang Chen didn't tell Big Brother Li Cheng that the Soaring Heaven King Palace was a half-realm. He believed that Big Brother Li Cheng already knew this. This was indeed the case. After hearing Old Demon Yi's plan, Big Brother Li Cheng nodded. This little guy is interesting. He can actually see places that many people can't. Sometimes, things were just so strange. The Soaring Heaven Palace of the Golden Arches was clearly displayed in front of everyone, but no cultivator had noticed that it was actually a half-world. Perhaps people just didn't pay too much attention to things that they couldn't get their hands on. Under the current situation, this plan has a high chance of success. Big Brother Li Cheng didn't say much else. After confirming that Old Demon Yi's plan could be carried out, he gave his opinion. The Zhao family needs a lot of pressure to take the risk for the final victory. This was the truth. If the Zhao family didn't have the pressure of a fire burning their eyebrows, why would they take the risk of losing everything to touch the Soaring Heaven King Palace? With so many people watching, they couldn't easily make a move under so many people's eyes. Also, what do you want to do with the Mystic Heaven sect? This isn't just talk. If we really make a move, I'm afraid you'll fall into it. Big Brother Li Cheng mentioned 2 key points. If Yang Chen wanted to destroy the Zhao family and the Mystic Heaven sect, it wasn't as simple as moving his lips. Why would the Mystic Heaven sect fight to the death with the Zhao family? Actually, it's very simple. I'm just saying. Yang Chen smiled. I only need to tell the current Jade Emperor that the Soaring Heaven King Palace is a half-world. I also need to tell him that as long as he swallows up the Zhao family's half-world, the God Realm will become a world of its own. Then, he will be able to rule over the 3 realms, or even refine the 3 realms. Big Brother, what do you think the mysterious Heaven sect will do? Li Cheng stood where he was and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he pointed at Yang Chen's nose and was speechless for a while. In Yang Chen's mouth, the 2 key difficulties that he thought were really just a matter of moving his lips. The profound Heaven sect had always been at the top, so they had a desire to control anything good. As long as Yang Chen told the Jade Emperor that the Cloudy Heaven King Palace was a half-world, the Jade Emperor would definitely use the Mystic Heaven sect's manpower to try and refine it. This was only half a realm. If they knew that they could regain full control of the 3 realms after absorbing the Zhao family's half a realm, with the profound Heaven sect style of doing things, even if the Zhao family didn't want to do it, they would force them to. It was too easy to put pressure on the Zhao family and make them take the risk out of desperation. In order to obtain the Zhao family's half a realm, the Mystic Heaven sect would definitely use all sorts of forces to chase the Zhao family members in the celestial world to the ends of the earth. They would make the Zhao family live in fear and wait for the celestial world to stabilize and unify the world. When the Zhao family made a move on the Cloudy Heaven King Palace, the Mystic Heaven sect would definitely make thorough arrangements. Not only would they tie down the Zhao family, but they would also make it so that the cultivators from all sides wouldn't notice the abnormality of the Cloudy Heaven King Palace. In the past, The Mystic Heaven sect's foundation had been dug up, so they could only act violently in the celestial world. Now that they had the chance to regain control of the three realms, and it was complete control, the Mystic Heaven sect would definitely do anything to help them reach the top. In the end, as long as Yang Chen moved his mouth, the Mystic Heaven sect would take the initiative to complete the rest. Big Brother Li Cheng's depression was also here. Others felt that it was incredible, but it was so simple for Yang Chen. How do you make the Mystic Heaven sect trust you? As soon as Big Brother Li Cheng asked this question, he already had an answer in his heart. There was no need for Yang Chen to answer. In the hearts of the Mystic Heaven sect's higher-ups, Yang Chen was the highest level of undercover. What was there to trust? If they didn't trust him, would they slowly hand over the Mystic Heaven sect's hidden power to Yang Chen? Where did you get this information? You have to have an accurate source, right? Big Brother Li Cheng changed the question. This problem was something that needed to be solved in the plan. We can't let the Mystic Heaven sect suspect anything. We can't tell them it's your friend hiding in the Zhao family, right? The immortal slaying platform. Yang Chen smiled and gave his answer. Who wouldn't believe it if it was from the mouth of the former Jade Emperor? Big Brother Li Cheng was speechless again. It was still the same thing. Other people had to think about it by all means possible, but it was just a matter of a sentence for Yang Chen. Yang Chen was the executioner of the immortal slaying platform. He had obtained many secrets from the prisoners he had killed. It was normal for the former Jade Emperor to know something that others didn't know. Others couldn't verify it. Who could ask a dead person if he had said this before he died? As long as you can explain why your cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, you can go find the people from the Mystic Heaven sect. Big Brother Li Cheng decided to ignore Yang Chen's complicated but seemingly simple plan. After asking a question, he went to drink with Yang Chen. This problem was still easy to solve. As long as Yang Chen told the truth, it would be fine. Of course, this truth did not mean that he had absorbed the formation of the Lady of Earth, but Yang Chen could tell the truth to the senior members of the Mystic Heaven sect that he had absorbed the immortal slaying platform. He believed that the senior members of the Mystic Heaven sect would definitely be happy to see Yang Chen, their disciple, get this kind of benefit. Yang Chen was not in a hurry to leave immediately. He drank with Big Brother Li Cheng and went to visit Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the others. After visiting the head of the palace, he reunited with the girls again. After ascending to the immortal world, he and the girls were separated more and less. This time, he had to get together for a while. While reuniting, he could also cultivate with the girls and stabilize his cultivation. Anyway, it would take some time for old Demon Yi to return to the Zhao family. Yang Chen had to leave some time for old Demon Yi. Otherwise, as soon as old Demon Yi returned, the pressure here would definitely make the senior members of the Zhao family suspicious. At that time, if the plan of killing two birds with one stone failed, it would not be so easy to find such a good opportunity again. After reuniting with the girls for more than 10 years, when his cultivation was stabilized and everything looked normal, Yang Chen began to prepare to meet the senior members of the Mystic Heaven sect. The request for contact had been made. Yang Chen just had to wait for Sect Master Wang of the Mystic Heaven sect to come to him. Chapter 2649. To everyone's surprise, the core mountain gate that Yang Chen was looking for turned out to be on the back of the Big Kuan. It was incredible that Yang Chen had done such a big thing. However, considering that the three ancestors of the Dragon Clan and other experts were all there, it was not incomprehensible that such a result could be achieved. In the cave mansion, Yang Chen met Sect Master Wang. However, at this time, Sect Master Wang was just a guide. When he brought Yang Chen into a certain palace in the cave mansion, Yang Chen met the current Jade Emperor, the current sect master of the Shentian sect, and the core high-level members. After Yang Chen met everyone one by one, he sat opposite everyone, and without saying a word, he immediately asked for forgiveness. No one doubted that the jade slip that Yang Chen received was related to the Shentian sect. The contents of the jade slip were carefully read. It was a kind of elixir recipe, and everything seemed normal. However, if one used a secret technique of the Shentian sect to read it again, they would find that it was another content. Yang Chen did not delay. After receiving the news, he went straight on his way. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the place recorded on the jade slip. He used a technique, and a cave mansion appeared. After Yang Chen flashed into it, the cave mansion disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had never existed. How good would it be if such an opportunity was directly given to the Shentian sect? Wouldn't that make the Shentian sect impregnable? Having said that, since everyone recognized the Chunyang Palace, it was not a bad thing for the Chunyang Palace to have such a stable development environment. It was acceptable. Since the Jade Emperor had said so, everyone would definitely not have any other intentions, so they nodded one after another. The sect master even encouraged Yang Chen with a few words, and the matter of refining the immortal beheading stage without permission was considered to be over. At least on the side of the Shentian sect and the Jade Emperor, the immortal beheading stage belonged to Yang Chen. Your Majesty, yes. Yang Chen quickly admitted, I was afraid that the elders would not agree, so I acted first and reported later. Please forgive me. This disciple is asking for forgiveness, but it is related to this matter. Yang Chen's explanation made everyone confused. Yang Chen's attitude made the Jade Emperor and the others speechless. He only told them when he had the results, and then he bluntly said that he was greedy. He did not seem to be happy or unhappy. In any case, he did not feel comfortable. Disciple was still a little greedy. That's why I hid the news of the Great Kuan from the beginning. Please punish me, Grandmasters. In any case, Yang Chen just had to put on a humble attitude. Could it be that the experts present could really punish Yang Chen? Moreover, Yang Chen had already apologized from the beginning. His attitude was very good, so what else could they say? If this is the reason you want to apologize, then you don't have to blame yourself too much. The Jade Emperor smiled and directly set the tone for this matter. I let you be transferred to be the commander of the Immortal Slaying Platform because I wanted to see if you could completely control the Immortal Slaying Platform. Since you've already refined it, it's best to say a few words. In everyone's hearts, they thought that Yang Chen had lost people, so he was apologizing. Sect leader Wang wanted to protect him. Although his position was the lowest here, it did not prevent him from saying a few nice words for Yang Chen. You didn't succeed. Then you can't be blamed. After all, you just ascended not long ago, and your cultivation is not enough. What's going on with your cultivation? No wonder. The Jade Emperor did not expect Yang Chen to really refine the Immortal Slaying Platform. He looked at Yang Chen's cultivation and felt Yang Chen's aura. He smiled and asked, is this the reason why your cultivation has increased by leaps and bounds? The matter of the core mountain gate can be considered a success. Yang Chen then began to explain the matter of the core mountain gate. It was still the same old routine, and the truth was the most trustworthy. Except for ancestor LV, Yang Jian and Neza, who did not appear, Yang Chen described the whole matter in detail, but the key role was played by the three ancestors of the dragon tribe. What a strange thing. What did you do? Although the current Jade Emperor had only seen Yang Chen once, he had a good impression of Yang Chen from what he heard from the higher-ups of the Shentian sect. At this moment, he did not show the majesty of the Jade Emperor. Instead, he smiled kindly and asked, didn't you say that you wanted a group of people to build a core mountain gate? What's the result? Sect leader Wang did not wait, but he received a message. Of course, the message was sent by sect leader Wang. Sect leader Wang sent a trusted disciple to give Yang Chen a jade slip, which was sent to Yang Chen in a very special way. At this time, everyone realized that Yang Chen's cultivation had reached the level of middle stage infinite tribulation true immortal. This shocked everyone. How many days had it been since Yang Chen ascended? Even if Yang Chen's aptitude was really amazing, it should not be so outrageous, right? Big Kuan. Who would have thought that Yang Chen solved the problem of the core mountain gate was to build it on the back of the Big Kuan? As long as the Big Kuan transformed into a Big Peng one day, who could break the core mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace? Let alone break it, it was a problem to catch up with it. It was not a secret that Yang Chen had a good relationship with the dragon tribe. In the mortal world, Yang Chen had many magic treasures of the dragon tribe. In the spiritual realm, he and the princess of the dragon tribe killed the traitor of the dragon tribe, Ao Senator therefore, after arriving in the immortal realm, he had a close relationship with the dragon tribe. This was not surprising to everyone. I am a little greedy. I refined the immortal beheading stage on my own without informing the elders. If you wanted to deceive people, the easiest thing to believe must be the truth. That was what Yang Chen did. He told the higher-ups clearly about refining the immortal beheading stage. Of course, Yang Chen added some embellishments and said that he was a little greedy. It doesn't matter. At the critical moment, the Jade Emperor was generous. He waved his hand and this matter was over. With the core mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace, it will develop better in the future. One day, we will recognize our ancestors. Won't we be stronger? Moreover, if we have a good relationship with Yang Chen and the Dragon Tribe, doesn't it mean that if we need it, our Shentian sect can also borrow the strength of the experts of the Dragon Tribe? The Dragon Tribe was not a force that could be ignored in the immortal realm. From this point of view, it seemed that everything was acceptable. Seeing that Yang Chen could rope in the Dragon Tribe, the sect master and the others pinched their noses and admitted that Yang Chen had committed a crime of not reporting what he knew. On the Jade Slip, Sect Master Wang indicated that during this critical period, the Shentian sect should try not to be too close to Chunyang Palace. Because Yang Chen's request this time was relatively high, he gave Yang Chen a brand new address and a brand new spell. Needless to say, this address must be the meeting place arranged by Sect Master Wang. Allow me to explain one by one. Yang Chen sorted out his words and began to explain to the core higher-ups of the Shentian sect and the current Jade Emperor. Chapter 2650. How did the Zhao family know where the Great Kuan is? Everyone knew that the result was that the Great Kuan was subdued, so they didn't care about the losses in the process at all. It was worth it even if thousands of masters were sacrificed, not to mention that Yang Chen had said before that none of those masters were lost. Everyone wondered how the Zhao family knew where the Great Kuan was. If it was accidentally leaked by Yang Chen, then Chunyang Palace needed to reorganize and clean up those disciples who were not loyal enough. If that wasn't the case, then there must be some other explanation. The Zhao family is after the Great Kuan. Yang Chen began to consciously bring everyone's thoughts to the place he wanted. This disciple seriously injured a master of the Zhao family, and got some bad news from his mouth. Tell me. The Jade Emperor keenly guessed from Yang Chen's tone that Yang Chen's real apology might be at the back. At this time, he didn't care about other things and first talked about the Zhao family. The Zhao family needs the Great Kuan to help them stabilize that half-realm, the one they call the Divine Realm. Yang Chen had previously sent the Zhao family's captives to the Shentian sect. The matter of the Divine Realm was not fabricated, so everyone understood at this time. The Great Kuan has the ability to stabilize space, and the Zhao family wants it as soon as possible. However, the Zhao family didn't expect that I would persuade the entire dragon race to help, so they suffered heavy losses. Yang Chen didn't care about the urging from the other side. He just said what he knew and wanted to say. The Great Kuan entered the mountain river geographical map first, so the Zhao family also knew that with the help of the dragon race, they would definitely not be able to get the Great Kuan. So the Zhao family can only find another way to quickly stabilize the Divine Realm. Yang Chen looked at the Jade Emperor's expression and quickly said the following things. According to the Zhao family's own estimation, they need about 10,000 years to stabilize the Divine Realm and form a world of its own. At that time, the Zhao family will be able to swim freely in the sea and fly freely in the sky. They will no longer be threatened. At the same time, they can also rely on the Divine Realm to forcibly refine the mortal spiritual realm and finally achieve the goal of completely controlling the immortal realm. Dream on. The Profound Heaven Sect's sect master sneered. They really dare to dream of such a good thing. Do they really think that we will give them 10,000 years to stabilize the Divine Realm? The sect master seemed to have said what everyone was thinking. The others, including the Jade Emperor, nodded silently, agreeing with the sect master's words. This disciple also knows that they are indulging in fantasy. Yang Chen followed the words of the sect master. They can't have enough time, and we won't give them this time. We know this, and so does the Zhao family. Therefore, after losing the opportunity to use the Great Kuan, the Zhao family had no choice but to use their last resort. What last move? Sect leader Wang blurted out. As far as I know, there's actually a half-world in the immortal realm. Yang Chen finally brought this topic to everyone's hearts. He said very neatly, the Zhao family also knows this, so they want to use the divine realm to refine and annex the other half-world at all costs. After the two half-worlds merge, they will become a complete world that is even more powerful than the divine realm. The Zhao family has already started this plan, and it will probably take about 1,000 years to complete. There's another half-world. The Jade Emperor's smile also disappeared. This news was too shocking. If this was really the case, if the Zhao family really succeeded, everyone would probably be doomed eternally. At this moment, the Jade Emperor looked at Yang Chen with a hint of coldness in his eyes. He asked with a sullen face, "You actually knew this long ago, but you never said it, right?" "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Yang Chen didn't deny it at all. He just lowered his head and said, "This is the sin that I am talking about. This disciple's heart is still haunted by greed and some unrealistic ambitions. I always thought that if I could secretly refine this half-world into the mountain river geographical map, with the help of the Kuan, this disciple would have a complete mountain river geographical map of the three realms. Therefore, I have never told the elders. Please forgive me." The Jade Emperor was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Chen to not refute anything and directly admit that he was greedy and ambitious, so he hid the most important news. However, this was already the third time that Yang Chen said that he was greedy. After everyone heard the first two times, they didn't feel that it was completely unacceptable for Yang Chen to admit that he was greedy. This was the thought of a person with flesh and blood. If he only thought about revitalizing the sect and never thought about himself, then this person wouldn't dare to trust anyone. Was there such a good person in this world who didn't care about himself and only cared about helping others? Even immortals wouldn't do this. The normal way would be like Yang Chen, thinking about himself first and then the sect. Since everyone thought so, Yang Chen's way of thinking made everyone feel more at ease with him. As for the sin of concealing it, everyone really didn't have much of a thought of forcefully punishing him. Yang Chen had already confessed, and now he had also said the important news. He didn't do anything himself. Wasn't that enough? For the sect, this was enough loyalty. Such a big matter, and you actually hid it because of your greed. It is a big crime. The Jade Emperor directly gave his own judgment. Yang Chen listened on the opposite side and only nodded. He didn't argue and just did what everyone said. His attitude of admitting his guilt was very good. "Since you were able to repent and admit your mistake, I will give you a chance." The Jade Emperor had been in this position for thousands of years, and his words were very dignified. He had his own style. You can be spared from death, but you can't escape punishment. In the next 2 years, you will be punished to practice alchemy skills and refine 1,009 transformation golden pills for the sect. Do you accept the punishment? I accept the punishment. Yang Chen said nothing and directly accepted the punishment. Hearing this punishment, sect leader Wang and the others also heaved a sigh of relief and felt relieved. It wasn't too light, but it wasn't too heavy either. At the end of the day, it was still to train Yang Chen's cultivation. Strictly speaking, it was lifting him up high and letting him down gently. In fact, the Jade Emperor had already forgiven Yang Chen. "Where is the other half-world that you mentioned?" After punishing Yang Chen, the Jade Emperor began to ask about the whereabouts of the other half-world that he wanted to know. "Soaring Heaven King Palace." Yang Chen didn't hide and quickly answered. This answer stunned everyone. Everyone had been to the Soaring Heaven King Palace, but no one had found a half-world. Among them, the Jade Emperor had been in the Soaring Heaven King Palace the longest. However, the Jade Emperor frowned and thought for a long time, but he still couldn't remember. He couldn't help but ask, "Where is the Soaring Heaven King Palace?" "The Soaring Heaven King Palace itself, Your Majesty." Yang Chen said this answer that shocked everyone. Chapter 2651. From the Jade Emperor to Sect Master Wang, from the top to the bottom, when they heard this answer, it was no different from when Yang Chen heard old Demon Yi's answer. They were all in complete disbelief. Especially the Jade Emperor. He went in and out of the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches almost every day, but he never thought that the palace itself was a half-world. If Yang Chen hadn't told him the truth, he didn't know how long he would have been confused. In the past, he had always thought that it was just a high-grade cave abode. However, after the initial shock, all of the core members of the mysterious Heaven sect began to have other thoughts. The cloudy palace of the Golden Arches was a half-world, and it was a half-world that the Zhao family wanted to refine and absorb. If they could use this opportunity to absorb and refine the Zhao family's god realm, it would mean that they could control the immortal realm and thus the three realms. When that time came, so what if the mystic Heaven sect was cut off from the spiritual realm in the mortal realm? They could completely develop more perfectly than they had now. Just a few sentences ago, they were still punishing Yang Chen for his greed, but now, all of them were making the same mistake. Once this thought appeared, it multiplied like a virus and occupied the consciousness of the higher-ups of the mystic Heaven sect. Their minds could no longer contain any other thoughts. What was more attractive than being able to completely control the three realms? This kind of desire was definitely not something that the higher-ups of the mystic Heaven sect, who had already tasted power, could resist. It was also not something that the once high and mighty mystic Heaven sect, which had now lost its foundation, could resist. At this moment, everyone no longer had any thoughts of pursuing Yang Chen. They wanted nothing more than to rush to the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches and refine it into something that belonged to the mystic Heaven sect. The Zhao family should also immediately send the god realm to their doorstep and become a stepping stone for the mystic Heaven sect to rise again. This was the right thing to do. Yang Chen stood opposite them and quietly looked at the higher-ups of the mystic Heaven sect who appeared calm on the surface, but their hearts were in turmoil. He saw the ambition and desire that occasionally appeared on their faces uncontrollably. Yang Chen's expression didn't change. On the surface, he still treated them as respectable elders, but in his heart, it was as if he was looking at a group of dead people. Elders, this disciple also realized that this matter needs to be considered at length, so I feel that it is not appropriate to act rashly. When the higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven sect slowly calmed down from their fanaticism, Yang Chen reminded them, even if the sect has the conditions to make a move, we can't act rashly, lest we alert the enemy. On top of that, we have to give the cultivators of the heavenly court an explanation. Hence, I feel that it's best to make all the necessary preparations and pretend to be on the defensive when the Zhao family makes their move. Yang Chen said these words with sincerity, as if he was really thinking for the sake of the Black Heaven sect. He believed that everyone from the Jade Emperor to the Shentian sect master to sect master Wang, who had the lowest seniority, would be able to hear Yang Chen's good intentions. Logically speaking, this was a good and correct thing to say. The upper echelons of the mysterious Heaven sect should take it seriously and act according to this mentality. However, Yang Chen knew very well that his words would not have the desired effect and might even have the opposite effect. Rather than saying that Yang Chen was advising the higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven sect to delay and wait for the Zhao family to make a move before counterattacking, it was more accurate to say that Yang Chen was instigating the higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven sect to make the first move. The mysterious Heaven sect status and way of doing things determined that they would never passively accept a battle. Since they knew everything, they knew what the opponent wanted, and they knew that the target was in their hands. Under such circumstances, waiting for the opponent to attack them before striking was not the mysterious Heaven sect style. The mysterious Heaven sect had always liked to make a move directly and kill any possible threat while they were still in the cradle. This time, they were facing the Zhao family, the public enemy of the world. There was no need to consider whether it was moral or not. No matter how they took the initiative to make a move, no one would jump out and say that the mysterious Heaven sect was in the wrong. It should be known that ever since the mysterious Heaven sect had been suppressed, whenever the mysterious Heaven sect wanted to do something big or deal with a sect, they would be criticized by the other sects. This was not the first time that they had been restrained. However, no one could say anything against taking action against the Zhao family. They might even have to cooperate with the mysterious Heaven sect. What was the mysterious Heaven sect pursuing now? Wasn't it the position of a leader? Indeed, we need to think about it at length. The Jade Emperor was more clear-headed and immediately agreed with Yang Chen's words. However, he only agreed with a part of it. If they wanted to take action, they had to plan well first. They definitely would not be passive like what Yang Chen had said. They had to plan carefully and then take the initiative to attack. Everyone discussed for a while and did not come up with any specific conclusions for the time being. The only thing they were certain about was that they had to take action. The soaring Heaven King Palace had to take it, and the Zhao family could not let them succeed. As for how to do this, the higher-ups still needed to make further plans. They had to wait until the Jade Emperor confirmed that the soaring Heaven King Palace was indeed a half-world. What Yang Chen could do was to return the cave-dwelling magic treasure that contained the thousands of experts that the mysterious Heaven sect had given to him last time to Sect Master Wang. The future plan would definitely require a large number of experts. Yang Chen and the Chunyang Palace definitely could not help openly. Therefore, the mysterious Heaven sect still needed these experts. After all, one more tribulation true immortal meant one more chance of success. At this point, Yang Chen's goal of meeting the higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven sect had been achieved, and he said goodbye. The Jade Emperor and the others encouraged Yang Chen again and told him to pay more attention to safety, alchemy, and so on. In fact, after receiving the news, the vague dissatisfaction with Yang Chen had disappeared without a trace. At the critical moment, this disciple still resisted the temptation and was loyal to the sect. This was the best proof. Before leaving, the Jade Emperor gave Yang Chen a batch of jade slips that recorded the alchemy experience of the alchemy masters of the mysterious Heaven sect in the immortal realm. This was a reward for Yang Chen. The previous punishment was not revoked, but he would still be rewarded for his contributions. After going back, find a safe place to do closed-door training and announce it to the public. Sect Master Wang gave Yang Chen instructions in person. This was also an action plan in advance. It's best not to let anyone know where your closed-door training is. In this way, the Zhao family can't find you and can't get the Mountain River geographical map. They can only take the risk and attack the soaring Heaven King Palace. This is convenient for us. Then this disciple can't help. Yang Chen seemed to be a little unwilling and wanted to intervene in it to help, and asked anxiously, "Don't act rashly and expose yourself." Sect Master Wang comforted Yang Chen with a smile. "Believe me, in another 1,000 years, you can return to the mysterious Heaven sect." Chapter 2652. Letting Yang Chen go into seclusion was to make the Zhao family have no choice but to target the soaring Heaven King Palace. Secondly, it was a warning to Yang Chen that he wanted to take all the benefits for himself. Since Yang Chen had such thoughts before, who knew if there would be any accidents if Yang Chen were to join in? Everyone present had been in a high position for a long time, and they all understood that loyalty was only because the price of betrayal was too low. Looking at Yang Chen's loyalty, who knew if he would have other thoughts when he was faced with the temptation of the soaring Heaven King Palace? They might as well let him participate in the plan but stay away from the soaring Heaven King Palace so that he would completely give up on the idea. As for Yang Chen's credit, it was entirely possible to reward him after everything was settled. Yang Chen left unwillingly, at least in the eyes of the Jade Emperor and the higher-ups. However, they would never give Yang Chen a chance at this time. Yang Chen's concealment made them very passive. If they had known earlier, they might have taken action more than 1,000 years ago and they would have had a higher chance of success. If they were to make hasty arrangements now, they would definitely be in a passive position. After returning to Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen immediately announced to the public that he would go into seclusion for 1,000 years to practice the art of alchemy and strive to break through to the level 9 elixir master, just like what sect leader Wang had instructed. In this regard, everyone was happy to see it happen, and they sincerely wished that Yang Chen could become a level 9 elixir master as soon as possible. Master Yang was one of the few elixir masters in the sect who were willing to share their elixirs with the outside world. Although the elixirs that Master Yang refined personally were expensive, the quality of the elixirs was really strong. You get what you pay for. They had never felt that the elixirs that they bought from Master Yang were not worth it. Everyone supported Yang Chen to become a level 9 elixir master as soon as possible. The only regret was that Master Yang didn't go into seclusion in the sect but chose a place that no one knew about for seclusion. This was normal. No one wanted to be disturbed when they were trying to break through. Another strange thing was that apart from one of the core higher-ups of Chunyang Palace who was in charge of the sect, the others also announced that they would go into seclusion with a large number of core disciples. This news did not attract the attention of other cultivators. Only the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect knew what was going on. This was definitely Yang Chen to prevent the Zhao family from using the Pure Yang Palace to threaten Yang Chen, so he directly used a drastic measure. Anyway, the Pure Yang Palace already had a core mountain gate, and directly brought a large number of core disciples into the core mountain gate. The rest, except for a core elder, were not so important roles that could only maintain the operation of the mountain gate. Even if it was completely destroyed, it was estimated that Yang Chen would not blink his eyes. The mysterious heaven sect was very satisfied with Yang Chen's cooperation. In addition, through the mouths of the experts that Yang Chen had returned, the higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect also knew that the Zhao family did launch an attack on a large scale when they tamed the big kraken. This also proved that Yang Chen did not lie. Since the Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen had been arranged according to the plan, the mysterious heaven sect also launched an attack. First, the Jade Emperor clearly confirmed that the soaring Heaven King Palace was indeed a half-world. Then, the mysterious heaven sect began to pressure all parties in various ways and jointly launched a large-scale cleanup against the Zhao family. It was unknown how many experts of the Zhao family had given themselves away. The experts of the Zhao family, who had been spared, had been annihilated by the cooperation of the major sects. If they were not captured alive, then they were killed. In short, as long as they revealed even the slightest trace of themselves, they would not be able to escape. Under great pressure, the Zhao family could only secretly bring all the cultivators outside the realm of the gods back to the realm of the gods in order to avoid greater losses. Now that the realm of the gods needed to stabilize and transform, it was the time for many cultivators to contribute. Old Demon Yi designed a formation for the Zhao family that could allow many people to inject spiritual power together and use the formation to stabilize the realm of the gods. This also gave the Zhao family another hope of stabilizing the realm of the gods. In the grand operation, no one noticed that many experts of the mysterious heaven sect began to slowly disappear from everyone's sight. They were either cultivating in seclusion, going out to train, or going missing in battle. In short, many of the experts of the mysterious heaven sect faded from everyone's sight. Recently, the Jade Emperor had a new habit. He liked to spend the night in the soaring Heaven King Hall. It seemed that he felt that cultivating in the soaring Heaven King Hall would help him increase his cultivation. Hence, every night, he would ask the guards to stay away. In addition, through some planned arrangements, most of the experts guarding the soaring Heaven King Palace became the subordinates of the mysterious Heaven sect and the sect that was secretly controlled by the mysterious Heaven King Palace. The experts of the other sect were skillfully arranged to other palaces or the Jade Pool. Gradually, when the experts of the Heavenly Court went in and out of the soaring Heaven King Palace, they vaguely realized that the soaring Heaven King Palace seemed to be affected by the Jade Emperor. There was a lot of the Jade Emperor's aura. Everyone noticed it, but no one took it seriously. It was normal. The Jade Emperor had been in the soaring Heaven King Palace for a long time. It was very normal for the soaring Heaven King Palace to have the Jade Emperor's aura. Maybe it was the aura that the Jade Emperor released when he improved his cultivation in the soaring Heaven King Palace. The investigation of the Zhao family became stricter. This time, the Heavenly Court offered a huge amount of merit points and treasures as a reward for the cultivators who could find the nest of the Zhao family. Faced with the reward that could even make an infinite tribulation true immortal go crazy, countless cultivators stepped on the road to find the nest of the Zhao family. They went through all kinds of deep mountains and forests, deep sea and underwater, and all kinds of corners. In such a situation where almost everyone was involved, the Zhao family also felt the pressure of a mountain. If there was no way to break the situation, they would be discovered before the transformation of the divine realm. At that time, when the army arrived, the Zhao family had no other choice but to fight to the death and be annihilated. Originally, the Zhao family wanted to find Yang Chen to get the Mountain River geographical map and the Big Kuan. However, when Yang Chen went into closed-door cultivation, the Zhao family had no other way. They were forced into a corner. If they couldn't find a way out, they would die. After a period of suffering, the Zhao family finally started to get the soaring Heaven King Palace as old Demon Yi had planned. With a half-world, it would be much easier to refine and absorb the other half-world. The Zhao family had sent out at least 600 experts who had the opportunity to get close to the soaring Heaven King Palace. After sacrificing almost 99% of them, they had finally connected the divine realm and the soaring Heaven King Palace and started to refine with all their might. Once they started, the Zhao family realized that they were in big trouble. The soaring Heaven King Palace was being refined by someone else and they were fighting for it. The Zhao family was shocked when they thought that they had been exposed. However, after a period of time, they realized that the other party was really fighting with them to refine the soaring Heaven King Palace. They had no intention of revealing it to the outside world. Then, they realized that the Black Heaven sect led by the Jade Emperor was fighting with them. The Zhao family immediately guessed the Black Heaven sect's plan. After all, the Zhao family had the first opportunity. If they could refine the soaring Heaven King Palace, they would be able to control everything. Under such circumstances, the Zhao family didn't care about anything else and fought with the Black Heaven sect crazily. Chapter 2653. Although Yang Chen claimed to be in seclusion, he was also constantly paying attention to the movements in the soaring Heaven King Palace. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the movements in the Shentian sect. The experts of the Shentian sect would not appear in front of others for various reasons. Yang Chen knew where they were. Sometimes, Yang Chen could not help but admire the methods of the Shentian sect. The Shentian sect had sent almost all of their tribulation true immortals to refine it, and the Zhao family was also frantically snatching it. However, on the surface, the soaring Heaven King Palace did not seem to have changed. Even the ministers of the heavenly court did not notice anything unusual. However, there were some things that couldn't be covered up. The fight to refine the soaring Heaven King Palace wasn't intense, but when the fight became white-hot in the future, the ministers who had entered the soaring Heaven King Palace might be involved. Soon, there was news from the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor discussed with all parties about borrowing the soaring Heaven King Palace during a meeting with the ministers. The Jade Emperor's reason was that he found out that he could use the soaring Heaven King Palace to strengthen his imperial cultivation. Hence, he wanted to borrow the soaring Heaven King Palace for a long time to cultivate in seclusion. The long time was about 1,000 years. In the long journey of cultivation, it was just a blink of an eye. However, the soaring Heaven King Palace was not an ordinary place. Even if the Jade Emperor wanted to borrow it, he could not just casually ask for it. Therefore, the Jade Emperor and the Shentian sect paid a high price. First, they gave the sect and ministers a certain amount of compensation. More importantly, when the Jade Emperor was in seclusion, the matters of the heavenly court were handed over to a representative chosen by all parties. The Shentian sect's right to speak was greatly reduced. It was basically handed over to the other sect. This also meant that in the past 1,000 years, the heavenly court was actually controlled by the sect. This exchange made all parties agree with the Jade Emperor's request. Wasn't it just to borrow the soaring Heaven King Palace to cultivate for 1,000 years? How big of a deal was it? Anyway, the soaring Heaven King Palace was not a private property. It had always been the Jade Emperor's exclusive meeting hall. Now that the Jade Emperor wanted to monopolize it for 1,000 years, no one would think it was inappropriate. Of course, the key was that the compensation and the terms of the exchange had worked. No matter what, the Jade Emperor had finally found a legitimate reason to occupy the soaring Heaven King Palace. The representatives of the various factions had indirectly controlled the celestial heavens for 1,000 years, which also gave them a buffer time to unravel the huge secrets of the celestial heavens. Everyone was happy to do this. He was so happy that the Jade Emperor would take the initiative to let go. Everyone pounced forward as if they had gained a huge advantage. They bit the bait and did not let go. The Shentian sect got what they wanted, so they boldly sealed the soaring Heaven King Palace to fight against the Zhao family. As for opening the heavenly court to the other major sects for a mere 1,000 years, the higher-ups of the Mystic Heaven sect never felt that it was a problem. In any case, he would have complete control over the three realms in the end. So what if he let them rejoice for a while? With this reason, the Jade Emperor basically locked himself in the Lingxiao King Palace and focused on cultivating. Yang Chen, who was hiding outside, soon discovered that not only had most of the disciples of the Mystic Heaven sect disappeared, but many of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals had also started to fade out of everyone's sight. Yang Chen did not need to investigate to know that these experts must have been sent to the Soaring Heaven King Palace to refine the Soaring Heaven King Palace together to fight against the Zhao family. The Zhao family was now staking everything on one throw. This was the only way left. If they did not want to be attacked, they could only take the risk. Relatively speaking, the Zhao family did have the upper hand in the beginning when they gathered all the disciples of the Zhao family to forcibly refine the Soaring Heaven King Palace. The Mystic Heaven sect had underestimated the determination of the remaining forces of the Zhao family. When they first came into contact with the Zhao family, they were defeated. The Mystic Heaven sect could not gain the upper hand in the tug-of-war by relying on the experts of the true immortals alone. They had no choice but to bring the disciples of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, who were hundreds of times more than the disciples of the true immortals, into the Soaring Heaven King Palace to fight together. Decades later, most of the disciples of the Golden Immortals and Xian Immortals of the Mystic Heaven sect announced that they were in closed-door training. Of course, the major sect noticed the abnormality of the Mystic Heaven sect. However, everyone just thought that the Mystic Heaven sect had lost its foundation and temporarily lost the support of the Jade Emperor, so they deliberately kept a low profile. They half-closed the mountain gate to show that they did not want to cause trouble during the period when the Jade Emperor was in closed-door training. Everyone was happy that the arrogant Mystic Heaven sect had now bowed in the face of reality. However, everyone thought that this was the case. There would be a lot of topics to talk about in their spare time, but they did not pay much attention to the Mystic Heaven sect. It could be said that there was only an empty shelf left in the mountain gate of the Mystic Heaven sect, just like the Chunyang Palace. The Mystic Heaven sect was big, and the way they did things in the past left a deep impression on everyone. Therefore, an empty shelf could scare many people. If a sect attacked the Mystic Heaven sect at this moment, it was very likely that the mountain gate of the Mystic Heaven sect would be destroyed. This time, the Mystic Heaven sect could be considered to have gambled everything. The lives of all the disciples and the future glory of the sect were all on this bet. They were quite determined to succeed or die trying. While Yang Chen was paying attention to the Mystic Heaven sect, he was also concentrating on studying alchemy in the Mountain River geographical map. This was not to say that Yang Chen was really so obedient. It was just that his cultivation had improved too quickly in a period of time, and his realm was not so stable. It was just the right time to use alchemy to familiarize and consolidate his realm. At the same time, he could also improve his alchemy skills. Why not? Big Brother Li Cheng, Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and a group of experts of the Dragon Clan were all in the Mountain River geographical map. Everyone agreed with Yang Chen's plan, especially Neza. He felt that this was simply the pinnacle of subduing the enemy without doing anything himself. With a wave of his hand, he made the two super-powerful forces, the Mystic Heaven sect and the Zhao family, fight each other and consume each other's energy. Then, he waited for Yang Chen to appear at the critical moment and reap the benefits. At the same time, it also let the people of the Dragon Clan see the hope of the three realms being completely independent in the Mountain River geographical map. When the Divine Realm and the Soaring Heaven King Palace could not hold on any longer, they would completely become Yang Chen's possessions. The dream of the three ancestors of the Dragon Clan for many years would come true. Everyone was willing to see that scene, so they also stayed in the Mountain River geographical map and waiting for the moment when they needed to crazily exert their strength. Yang Chen himself had a deeper understanding of the life essence in the process of absorbing the formation this time. At the same time, he used his understanding to repair the three-star alchemy furnace. In just a few decades, the three-star alchemy furnace was completely repaired by Yang Chen. The power of the three-star alchemy furnace was completely revealed. Any pill refined by him had the effect of increasing one's fortune and longevity. Chapter 2654. Unfortunately, the alchemy furnace was repaired, but the effect of the elixir refined by Yang Chen was very small. Yang Chen also specially asked Big Brother Li Cheng what this problem was. After Big Brother Li Cheng took the 3-star alchemy furnace and studied it, he told Yang Chen the answer. Unless it reached the level of the 9 revolutions golden pill, ordinary elixir, even if it was refined by the 8 revolutions, would not be able to completely seal the power of Fu Lushou into the elixir. Perhaps the moment the elixir came out of the furnace, the increase of Fu Lushou was strong enough, but as long as it came out of the furnace, it would slowly dissipate. If it took a little longer, in half a year to a year, it would dissipate. The reason was that Yang Chen's alchemy level was too low. Yang Chen finally completely settled down and studied alchemy. Yang Chen had accumulated a lot of experience in alchemy techniques and some key points in refining medicinal materials for a long time in reverse alchemy. This time, he got a lot of alchemy experience from the Jade Emperor. After carefully studying it, he had a few more plans in his heart. After a few years of retreat, Yang Chen came out and began to refine. At first, Yang Chen did not refine any difficult elixir, but the most basic elixir, the essence cultivating pill that he learned when he first learned alchemy. The most basic elixir, replenishing the consumed spiritual energy, was also the most stable and peaceful elixir. Generally, as long as there was no major problem with the principle, even if the alchemy technique was slightly bad or slightly wrong, the elixir delivery time would be more or less wrong, the elixir could still be successfully refined. Yang Chen did not aim too high, but chose this most basic and least conflicting elixir as his goal to challenge the 9 revolutions golden pill. At the same time, this kind of elixir also required the shortest time and the lowest cost to refine the 9 revolutions golden pill. From the 1st to the 8th revolutions, Yang Chen completed it very easily. When he began to refine the 9th revolutions, he began to have problems. The requirements for the 9 revolutions refinement were extremely high, the fire and technique couldn't be a little off. Several times in a row, under Yang Chen's impatience, he failed. Yang Chen knew very well that this was because he had worries in his heart, so he couldn't wholeheartedly break through. Although Yang Chen was considered to be able to keep his composure, in this crucial moment of the final battle, even Yang Chen could not remain calm. Until the specific news came out, Yang Chen would still be worried. Fortunately, at this point, Yang Chen received the news that the Black Heaven sect was keeping a low profile and had half-closed their doors. This also meant that the mysterious Heaven sect was just like the Zhao family, staking everything on one throw. At this point, Yang Chen's worries were completely put aside. He was no longer worried about whether the profound Heaven sect and the Zhao family had completely fallen into the trap. With his mood relaxed, he no longer had so many distracting thoughts about alchemy. When he tried to refine the pill again, everything was much smoother. Originally, Yang Chen already had a very high level of alchemy. Coupled with the experience gained from reverse alchemy, the only thing that restrained him was the lack of cultivation. But now, Yang Chen's cultivation had also rushed to the middle stage of infinite tribulation true immortal, and his cultivation was also sufficient. Therefore, this furnace of elixir could be said to have no reason not to succeed. Success. When Yang Chen used the last elixir ending gesture, 3 round golden elixirs flew into Yang Chen's hands. In addition to the color of the whole body of the elixir, there were no other characteristics of the elixir. Even when he put his nose close to it and sniffed, he could not smell the smell of the medicinal materials. This was the real 9 turns golden elixir. Even if it was only the 9 turns of the foundation culturing elixir, once it was completed, there would be an earth-shaking change. It was not easy to refine the 9 turns golden elixir. Even in the final 9 turns of the refining, there would be a situation where a large number of elixirs would be combined, so there would not be too many elixirs in each furnace. Yang Chen was able to successfully refine 3 elixirs on his first try, thanks to the fact that he was refining the foundation culturing elixir. Otherwise, if he could refine some high-level elixirs, Yang Chen would thank the gods. After personally swallowing a 9-turn spirit culturing elixir, Yang Chen finally felt the strong aura of the 3-star blessing in the elixir. At this point, Yang Chen could be said to be a qualified level 9 alchemy master, even if he successfully refined the most basic foundation culturing elixir. In fact, which level 9 alchemy master did not choose a low-level elixir during the first 9 turns of refining? From the beginning of the announcement of retreat to the present, it has been more than 100 years. If you count from the time Yang Chen reached the level 8 alchemy master to the present, it took Yang Chen almost 2,000 years to reach the level 9 alchemy master. This was almost 2/3 of the total time spent to reach the level 8 alchemy master from the level 1 alchemy master. This was only the most basic foundation culturing elixir. If it was replaced by other high-level elixirs, I am afraid that this time could be balanced. Yang Chen didn't feel that this was incredible at all. The women who had been accompanying him were even more open for their husband. After cultivating for more than 5,000 years, he could enter this threshold. Their husband could be said to be a real alchemy genius. How many senior alchemy masters were still wandering around the threshold of the level 7 or level 8 alchemy master at this age, but their husband had already stepped into the door of the level 9 alchemy master, which was enough to make them proud of their husband. The news of Yang Chen's success also made Big Brother Li Cheng nod continuously. Ancestor Lu was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Whoever had such a disciple would be as happy as Ancestor Lu. After many elders drank with Yang Chen and encouraged him, Yang Chen didn't announce the news to the public. He continued to stay in seclusion and continued to improve his alchemy skills while waiting for the battle between the Zhao family and the Shentian sect to reach its climax. The two sides had only been fighting for more than 100 years, so it couldn't be seen for the time being. There was nothing unusual in the soaring Heaven King Palace. After Yang Chen continued to refine other high-level elixirs and successfully researched a few more, there was finally a big movement in the soaring Heaven King Palace. It wasn't because of the battle, but because the aura of the soaring Heaven King Palace seemed to be unable to be suppressed after more than 400 years. It started to emit an emperor's aura. Almost all the cultivators in the heavenly court saw this scene, but everyone knew that it was the Jade Emperor cultivating, so no one felt that there was anything wrong. The Jade Emperor was cultivating in the soaring Heaven King Palace. Wasn't it very normal for the Emperor's aura to dissipate? However, Yang Chen understood that it should be because both sides couldn't suppress the dissipation of the Emperor's aura during the battle. This meant that the battle between both sides was very intense. If the soaring Heaven King Palace was like this, he believed that the Zhao family wouldn't be any better. Sure enough, it wasn't long before another piece of news arrived. For some unknown reason, tempestuous waves had surged without end at the largest ocean in the immortal dimension, and it had already attracted many cultivators to head over to investigate. However, as soon as they got close, they would be attacked by a powerful array. They didn't know which force had set up a huge and powerful array in the depths of the ocean. It was so powerful that no one could enter. Only Yang Chen knew that it must be where the Zhao family's nest was. Chapter 2655. The mysterious Zhao family had finally revealed the location of their lair under the pressure of the Mystic Heaven sect and the other forces. Even though many sect members didn't know that it was the Zhao family's lair that they had been searching for, the Zhao family still broke out in a cold sweat. There was no such thing as an eternal secret in this world. It was impossible for such a huge Zhao family to hide without leaving a trace. Once their lair was exposed, even if there was a powerful formation protecting it, it wouldn't be able to withstand the cultivators' attacks over a long period of time. It would collapse one day. The only thing the Zhao family could do was to race against time. They had to refine the soaring Heaven King Palace before everyone realized that it was the Zhao family's lair. They had to refine the soaring Heaven King Palace before their lair was besieged by everyone. They had to refine the soaring Heaven King Palace before their lair was breached. In short, the longer they were disturbed, the better. The perfect situation would be for the Zhao family to achieve their goal before everyone could react. They would refine the entire realm of divinity and the soaring Heaven King Palace before controlling the realm of divinity. This way, no matter how the cultivators reacted, it would have nothing to do with them. The cultivators' fates were already determined. Those who obeyed them would prosper and those who opposed them would die. Of course, this was impossible. No matter how optimistic the Zhao family disciples were, they wouldn't dare to hope that they wouldn't be discovered. This wasn't realistic. As long as more people paid attention to the formation, it would only be a matter of time before it was opened. By then, if the Zhao family couldn't gain the upper hand, they would probably be destroyed. According to the Zhao family's top experts' estimates, The formation could only last for 1,000 years at most if half of the cultivators in the realm of divinity attacked it. If they gathered more power, it would probably only last for a few hundred years. Under such circumstances, all the Zhao family disciples tried their best to refine the soaring Heaven King Palace and consolidate the realm of divinity. All of a sudden, the pressure on mysterious Heaven sect skyrocketed. The Zhao family also occupied the majority of the soaring Heaven King Palace. How could this be? If the soaring Heaven King Palace was annexed by the Zhao family, mysterious Heaven sect would definitely die without a burial place. Faced with this kind of embarrassing situation, the mysterious Heaven sect side completely erupted with their potential. Almost all the disciples were summoned back to the sect. Regardless of their cultivation, they were all brought to the soaring Heaven King Palace to participate in the refining process. That was not all. Many disciples from affiliated sect that seemed to be controlled by Dark Heaven sect were sent to soaring Heaven King Palace. At this time, they couldn't care less about keeping it a secret. Many of the sect's relationships were completely exposed. In the past, everyone had only guessed that they were related to the mysterious Heaven sect, but now it was confirmed. However, it didn't matter now. If they really succeeded, it didn't matter if the sect was exposed. The mysterious Heaven sect was in control of the situation, so it wasn't a big deal. If they failed, everyone would be finished, and there would be no need to talk about keeping secrets. Profound Heaven sect's power multiplied under such circumstances, and they started to take back the soaring Heaven King Palace that they had lost bit by bit. Seeing that the situation had returned to a balanced state, both the mysterious Heaven sect and the Zhao family were very dissatisfied and even more anxious. They only had 1,000 years. If the Zhao family couldn't refine the soaring Heaven King Palace within 1,000 years, there would only be one ending for them once the formation was broken. The Zhao family had worked hard for hundreds of thousands of years, and no one wanted to face such a situation. The mysterious Heaven sect was also very anxious. The Jade Emperor had borrowed the soaring Heaven King Palace to cultivate for 1,000 years, and the fact that the mysterious Heaven sect had moved out couldn't be hidden for long. They believed that cultivators would soon see that the mysterious Heaven sect was empty. There were only a few hundred years left. If they couldn't defeat the Zhao family, they wouldn't have a chance to regain control of everything. At that time, even if the Zhao family didn't succeed, the mysterious Heaven sect wouldn't have a chance anymore. Without a foundation, the mysterious Heaven sect could only watch as other sects became more and more powerful. Unless they took the initiative to expose Chunyang Palace, the mysterious Heaven sect would lose a lot of spies. Although they could still awkwardly maintain their position, they would lose the initiative. In particular, the ownership of the realm of divinity would be hard to say. With all parties fighting for it, there would inevitably be another destructive war. It wasn't impossible for someone to start another war to change dynasties. The mysterious Heaven sect was in charge of the heavenly court, so they definitely didn't want to see this happen. Both sides took out their last trump cards at the same time. The hidden sect that hadn't been exposed were all put on the table by both sides. One side entered the soaring Heaven King Palace, and the other entered the realm of divinity to continue the competition between the two sides. There were no more hidden forces. As long as they could be used, they all joined this war. The mysterious Heaven sect originally wanted to recruit Chunyang Palace. After all, although the disciples of Chunyang Palace didn't have much cultivation, they couldn't handle a large number of people. However, Yang Chen had taken the initiative to disappear under their suggestion or order. Even the people of the mysterious Heaven sect couldn't find Yang Chen's whereabouts. Moreover, Yang Chen had a close relationship with the Dragon Clan. It was very likely that the entire Dragon Clan was in Chunyang Palace. If they really got Chunyang Palace to join, the mysterious Heaven sect's chances of winning would increase greatly. However, when the time came, it would be hard to say who would have the final say. The spiritual realm's Zhao family and the other major sect fought so fiercely. In the end, everyone discovered that the real mastermind was the traitor of the Dragon Clan. AO Senator, everyone still remembered this lesson. If it wasn't for the fact that they were facing a life and death situation, perhaps no one would want the Dragon Clan to join. Both sides used their last trump cards and fought with all their might. Suddenly, one day, the Zhao family's experts discovered that their realm of divinity and the soaring Heaven King Palace seemed to be slowly merging. The part that they had refined was also going deeper into the soaring Heaven King Palace. Similarly, the mysterious Heaven sect also discovered that the two sides were merging. The part that the mysterious Heaven sect had refined was also going deeper into the realm of divinity. The two of them formed a strange and fused situation where both of them were in each other's bodies. The mysterious Heaven sect and the Zhao family were both overjoyed. Everyone had fought for so long and refined for so long. What was their goal? Wasn't it just to let the two halves of the realm of Ronghe City take it for themselves? Now that the two halves of the realm of divinity were merging, becoming an independent world was already in sight. All that was left was to see who was stronger and who could get their hands on it. Both sides used all their strength to start fighting. Right now, they only needed one last step. Once the ownership of the complete realm of divinity was confirmed, they would be able to decide whether the mysterious Heaven sect would regain control of the three realms or the Zhao family would control all living beings in the world. No one would give up at a time like this. Everyone continued to fight crazily. Although they weren't fighting face to face, the fight between the two sides had already reached a white-hot stage. It was definitely not as merciful as a fight between a sword and a spear. Under these circumstances, it was either you die or I die. No one noticed that there was a sneaky figure in the realm of divinity waiting for an opportunity to leave the realm of divinity. He easily passed through the protective formation and disappeared into the vast ocean. Chapter 2656. Yang Chen's attention was almost all on the Zhao family's nest these days. The Xiantian sect was in the soaring heaven palace of the Golden Arches, so there were more people paying attention to the soaring heaven palace. There were fewer cultivators paying attention here, so Yang Chen didn't have to worry about being seen through. Some cultivators thought that the protective array formation of the Zhao family's nest was a protective array formation of an ancient relic because the principle of the array formation seemed very old. Many cultivators were thinking about it, but there weren't a lot of experts from the major sect paying attention. A relic wasn't worth the major sect sending out a large number of people. Under such circumstances, Yang Chen and a few elders and experts of the Relic Dragon clan could easily monitor all the changes here. When the figure came out from inside, Yang Chen immediately went to the opposite side of him. Old Demon Yi saw Yang Chen as soon as he came out of the array formation. At this time, even though he was a cunning old fox, he couldn't help but admire Yang Chen's power. After all, he didn't tell Yang Chen when he would withdraw. The fact that Yang Chen could appear at the first moment meant that the situation was completely under Yang Chen's control. He was obediently stored in the Mountain River geographical map by Yang Chen. The moment old Demon Yi came in, he saw the three-eyed Yang Jian and the uniquely shaped Neza. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he suddenly saw these two fierce people. Then, he rejoiced that he had made a timely decision to stand on Yang Chen's side. Here are two array flags for the refining array formation. Old Demon Yi was able to come up with such a complete plan not just for show. He had his own way of doing things. He directly took out two small flags and handed them to Yang Chen. The flag array is still in operation. As long as you input spirit energy into the array flags, you can gather the spirit energy into the refining array formation. At this time, as long as you help one side, the other side will definitely lose. Yang Chen took the two array flags and admired old Demon Yi very much. The fact that old Devil Yi was able to set up this refinement array formation in the Zhao family and trap hundreds of thousands of Zhao family disciples in it showed that his ability to set up arrays was extremely rare. However, it was obvious that old Demon Yi was talking about two refining formations. In other words, one of the formation flags in his hand actually belonged to the Black Heaven sect. In other words, at least one of the Zhao family's high-level spies had taken out this refining formation on the shore of the mysterious Heaven sect. That was how all the mysterious Heaven sect's power was focused on this formation. It could be said that old Demon Yi had the mystic Heaven sect and the Zhao family running around in circles all by himself without them even realizing it. What did it mean to be brilliant? That's what it is. If I don't help either side, what can I do? Yang Chen asked with a smile. He didn't believe that old Demon Yi didn't know what he was trying to do, so he directly asked how he could benefit from it. Then, seniors, please refine these 2 array flags first, then refine a large number of similar ones. After the experts go out and connect them in the Mountain River geographical map, they will slowly nibble away at the mysterious Heaven sect and the Zhao family's array flags. Old Demon Yi replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I've already tampered with the design of these array flags. I used a special method to refine them, so the people at the eye of the array won't know at all. When they nibble away at more and more array flags on both sides, it's actually equivalent to them helping you refine the divine realm." Old Demon Yi had already calculated everything. It all depends on how much you can refine and nibble away before they find out. If you have the absolute upper hand, you can control the entire refining formation and make one of the array flags self-destruct at will. At that time, whoever is responsible for the self-destruction of the array flag will suffer the backlash of their own full strength. After Old Demon Yi finished speaking, he also explained the specific method he used to scheme against the Zhao family and the mysterious Heaven sect. However, he still left a big pit for Yang Chen. That was, Yang Chen had to be fast enough and refine enough array flags, otherwise he wouldn't be able to grab many at all. This was a big pit, and it could also be regarded as Old Demon Yi's test for Yang Chen. If Yang Chen could complete the plan in this situation, it would show that the power on Yang Chen's side was so strong that Old Demon Yi could completely rest assured and not worry about any problems. Otherwise, Old Demon Yi would probably make some other decisions for his own safety. Yang Chen saw through Old Demon Yi's mind at a glance. He was not surprised at Old Demon Yi's suspicion at all. If Old Demon Yi didn't have any doubts at all, then there would be a problem. Wasn't it just refining 2 array flags? As soon as Xiao Tian came out, he directly swallowed the aura of all the people on the 2 array flags, and then Yang Chen's powerful 3 purities secret art spiritual sense directly penetrated into the deepest part of the array flags and refined the 2 array flags without any effort. There was no need for Yang Jian and Neza to deal with such a small matter. Ignoring Old Demon Yi's surprised gaze, Yang Chen threw it casually, and the 2 array flags were inserted into the ground in 2 directions. Then, Yang Chen's 3rd primordial spirit discussed with Hutu goddess's primordial spirit, and Hutu goddess began to control the power of the Mountain River geographical map and began to refine the same array flags according to the array flags that had been refined by Yang Chen. Hutu goddess controlled the complete 2 realms of the Mountain River geographical map, plus the power of hundreds of millions of creatures in it. It was too easy to refine this kind of array flag that seemed complicated but was extremely simple for the goddess. The array in the array flag was very complicated, but for the goddess who controlled the entire Mountain River geographical map and the heavenly Tao, what was the difference between complicated and simple? Just in front of Old Demon Yi, the 2 array flags became 4 in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, 4 became 8, 8 became 16, almost doubling the speed of gathering. In a short while, there were tens of thousands of array flags. Is this enough? Yang Chen looked at the stunned Old Demon Yi with a smile, patted him on the shoulder and asked, "Enough, enough." Old Demon Yi could no longer suppress his shocked voice. He couldn't imagine that it would take thousands of experts to refine enough array flags for decades to refine even in the Zhao family or the Mystic Heaven sect, but it was even easier for Yang Chen than to plant them directly. This kind of terrifying power was completely beyond his imagination. Cultivators with enough cultivation, each of you just need to input your spiritual power with all your might. Old Demon Yi didn't dare to play any other tricks. He didn't hold back and took out his final technique, which was an even larger formation flag. After refining this formation flag, you can control these formation flags, and then devour the formation flags on the other side one by one. As long as you control this array flag, the refining on both sides is actually just helping you. Old Demon Yi watched as Yang Chen easily eliminated his aura on the main array flag and didn't show any dissatisfaction. If you want to annex the divine realm, it's best to fuse the Mountain River geographical map with this array flag. This array flag is equivalent to the connection point of the 2 spaces. When they think they've succeeded, the divine realm will be yours. Chapter 2657. It had to be said that Old Demon Yi's plan was indeed flawless. He was indeed worthy of being the Old Demon Yi who shocked the immortal world in his previous life. It was just that he was unlucky in his previous life. Since he was on Yang Chen's side in this life, it was completely different from his previous life. Yang Chen didn't refine the main formation flag. After dispelling old demon Yi's aura, he directly let Goddess Hutu refine it. This also meant that the Mountain River geographical map refined the main formation flag. After the Mountain River geographical map refined the main formation flag, the God Realm would directly enter the Mountain River geographical map, saving a lot of trouble. Having reached this point, Yang Chen didn't say any polite words. He directly gave old demon Yi an affirmative look, then patted him on the shoulder, and left a sentence. In the future, as long as you don't make people suffer, you can do whatever you want. If I can cultivate in peace and stability, only a fool will kill without any reason. Old demon Yi knew that this was Yang Chen's promise to save his life. With this promise, it could be said that Yang Chen, who had refined the God Realm and controlled the three realms, could definitely do it. Old demon Yi was such a smart person. In his previous life, he was regarded as a devil because he had no choice. In this life, he didn't have to do those bad things to live freely. Why would he destroy his own foundation? Smart. Yang Chen gave old demon Yi a thumbs up. It was easy to talk to smart people. Are we even? Old demon Yi asked Yang Chen. Yes. Yang Chen nodded with certainty. Old demon Yi's gift was not small, but Yang Chen asked himself that it was absolutely worth it to give old demon Yi. Old demon Yi cupped his hands at Yang Chen and was about to leave with a smile when Yang Chen suddenly heard Goddess Hutu's voice through her third primordial spirit. Hearing this voice, Yang Chen's expression changed and he called out to old demon Yi strangely. Old demon Yi looked at Yang Chen in surprise, wanting to know why. That. Yang Chen's voice was a little slow and his expression was very strange. He said hesitantly, "A big shot has taken a fancy to you and wants to take you in as a disciple. I don't know if you're willing." "I'm willing." "Why wouldn't you be willing?" Old demon Yi didn't ask who it was and directly answered that he was willing. In his mind, however, he was thinking, what kind of person can make Yang Chen a big shot? It would be weird if he wasn't willing. "All right. Walk in that direction. The Lady of Earth will find you." Yang Chen pointed in a random direction. After all, as long as it was in the Mountain River geographical map, the Lady of Earth could find old demon Yi anytime and anywhere. It had to be said that old demon Yi's luck was simply too good. Putting aside the fact that he was even with Yang Chen, because he had absorbed the array formation set up by the Lady of Earth, the Lady of Earth had also seen his potential and wanted to take him in as a disciple. This fellow's future was limitless. Oh. Old demon Yi subconsciously agreed. Then, he suddenly reacted and looked at Yang Chen in disbelief. "Goddess Hutu?" Yang Chen nodded heavily and didn't say anything. Old demon Yi's face was filled with surprise. After standing in a daze for a while, he suddenly ran in the direction Yang Chen pointed and shouted, "Master, I'm here." This fellow's luck has really turned for the better. Yang Chen sighed in his heart, but he wasn't envious. If Yang Chen was willing to find a big shot to be his master, he would have long become a disciple of the Three Pure Ones. Yang Chen wouldn't regret it in his next life if he became a disciple of Gaou again. The Zhao family and the Mystic Heaven sect had been very happy recently. They discovered that the areas they refined were increasing, and it was greatly increased than before. This also meant that they had the upper hand in the battle against the other party and were seizing more territory. As long as the territory they seized was large enough, it meant that more of the complete divine realm would be controlled. According to this trend, it wouldn't be a dream to completely refine the divine realm within 1,000 years and kill the other party. At that time, the divine realm would be completed, and it wouldn't be a problem to control the immortal realm and then the three realms. The people of the Mystic Heaven sect looked forward to the reappearance of their former glory and even more glorious scenes, while the people of the Zhao family wondered about the day when the hard work of their ancestors finally came true and the glory of becoming a celestial being in the heavens above. No one on either side knew that the territory they thought was expanding was just an illusion given to them by Yang Chen, Gong Sunling, and the Lady of Earth. Gong Sunling was the owner of the Mountain River geographical map. Yang Chen's third primordial spirit was the main artifact spirit, and the Lady of Earth's primordial spirit was the secondary artifact spirit. The three of them joined forces and made countless copies of old Demon Yi's formation flags. As long as it was a cultivator in the Mountain River geographical map, almost everyone had a formation flag hidden beside them, but no one knew it. When every cultivator was cultivating, fighting, and living, they would unconsciously input their spiritual power into the formation flags. The result was that the flag array in the Mountain River geographical map plus the main formation flag quickly became the strongest of the three parties in the game. With such a large number of flag formations, it was too easy for them to plot against the people of the Zhao family and the Mystic Heaven sect through the formation set up by old Demon Yi. Not to mention that even Madame Lv Zubai, Yang Jian, Neza, and the rest of the dragon race had joined in. No matter how powerful an expert was, they could only end up in a miserable state when besieged by so many experts. This wasn't even considering the fact that the Lady of Earth was in charge of the overall situation. If necessary, Brother Li Cheng would also take action. With such a lineup, anyone who dared to call themselves an expert in the immortal world would have to obediently give in. One by one, they were silently conquered, and even the people who were conquered didn't know that the formation flags in their hands had changed allegiance. The illusion that the Zhao family and the Mystic Heaven sect's masters felt that the refining area was increasing was the sum of the situation they controlled and the Mountain River geographical map controlled. As more and more parts of the Mountain River geographical map were refined, it gave both sides the feeling that they had the absolute upper hand. Originally, it was a confrontation between the two sides, but now it suddenly became a cooperation between the two sides. With the help of the Mountain River geographical map, the result of the three parties working together was that the Divine World and Soaring Heaven King Palace were almost completely refined and were in the final stage of the complete fusion. At this time, the Big Kuan came in handy. In a place that others couldn't see, as long as the small Big Kuan stayed there for a period of time, it would leave behind a stable space. Even in the process of the fusion of the two spaces, with the addition of the Big Kuan, it sped up a lot. On the 900th year, just over 910 years had passed. The people from the Zhao family and the Profound Heaven sect were shocked. At that moment, all of them realized that they had completely refined the divine world. Moreover, half of the divine world had merged with the Soaring Heaven King Palace completely. They were only one step away from becoming a real world. Just as both sides were waiting to enjoy that moment of glory, one of Yang Chen's feet stepped directly into the divine world and stood in this space. Chapter 2658. When Yang Chen stepped into the God realm, the experts from the Zhao family and the Shentian sect realized that they could not move. In an instant, everyone turned pale with fright. The Jade Emperor and the higher-ups of the Shentian sect watched in horror as they moved quickly. However, they did not want to move. They were being controlled by someone else. One could imagine how shocked they were. Since when did the Jade Emperor, who commanded the three realms, lose control of his own actions? The Zhao family's several great ancestors were equally shocked. They suddenly found themselves in a completely unfamiliar environment, and they were even in their own refined space. As long as they were alive, this kind of change would inevitably cause them to be incomparably shocked. The next moment, both sides saw each other and instantly recognized each other. The people of the Zhao family obviously knew what the higher-ups of the Shentian sect looked like. No one would dare to imitate the Jade Emperor's attire and appearance, so it was normal for the Zhao family to recognize the people of the Shentian sect. However, the people of the Shentian sect had never seen the core experts of the Zhao family. In this situation, when they were fighting against the Zhao family, they suddenly lost control. It could only be said that they had fallen into the enemy's trap. If these experts were not the core higher-ups of the Zhao family, then what were they? In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts went through the minds of the higher-ups of both sides. At this moment, when even they could not control themselves, everyone thought the same thing. If even people of their level were controlled by the other party, then the disciples would definitely be in an even worse state. At this time, they would have to see if the other party was willing to let the disciples of their own sect go. No one thought about anything else. They all thought that it was the enemy's trap. Failure had become inevitable. They just had to see if they could spare the lives of some loyal disciples. At a time of life and death, they could only see what they had to exchange. We surrender. We surrender. In a flash, the Jade Emperor and the Zhao family's elders made the same decision. Since it was a fact that the other party controlled the God realm, it was inevitable that the other party would rise and control the three realms in the future. There was no need to sacrifice the lives of all the disciples. Even if they were definitely going to die, they had to fight for a way out for all the disciples. Both sides said the same thing at the same time. Then, everyone looked at each other in shock. They did not understand what the other party meant. Then, everyone realized at the same time that they were all failures. At the same time, they had been plotted against by a hidden third force. Who was it? The people on both sides could still move their heads freely. Everyone looked around, but they could not see a single person. There's no need to look. It's me. Yang Chen's voice rang out at the right time. Then, he appeared between the two sides. Yang Chen. All the people on both sides recognized Yang Chen, and they all shouted out in anger. I can hear you. You don't have to be so loud. Yang Chen looked to his left and right and felt uncomfortable talking like this. With a thought, the people on both sides involuntarily flew together to face Yang Chen. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines when they saw what was happening to their bodies. To be able to plot against both sides silently and to be able to control the divine realm, only Yang Chen and the Mountain River geographical map had this possibility. However, it was too late for him to think of this now. The Taishanmen in the mortal world have always wanted to kill me and destroy my Chunyang palace. Yang Chen did not wait for the Jade Emperor to ask for the reason for his betrayal and directly said, not only did they arrange high-level spies in my Chunyang palace, but they also destroyed my Chunyang palace. If I wasn't smart, Chunyang palace would have been destroyed long ago. In one sentence, he explained why he was enemies with the Shentian sect. How could this kind of life and death hatred be easily resolved? Yang Chen was definitely deliberately dealing with the Shentian sect. Everything before was just an act to numb the Shentian sect. If I had known, I would have killed you when you ascended from the spiritual realm to the celestial realm. Sect Master Wang said hatefully to Yang Chen and then said nothing more. If he had known this earlier, the Shentian sect would have had countless opportunities to kill Yang Chen. Unfortunately, no one knew, so they ended up like this. The Zhao family imprisoned me for hundreds of years in the mortal world for no reason. If I didn't surrender, they would kill my family. I don't need to say whether I am an enemy or a friend, right? Yang Chen said to the ancestors of the Zhao family. He also told them about the feud between him and the Zhao family. If I had known this earlier, I would have killed you when you ascended from the spiritual realm to the celestial realm. One of the ancestors of the Zhao family said hatefully to Yang Chen. His words were exactly the same as Sect Master Wang of the Shentian sect, but the regret and hatred he expressed were exactly the same. If he had known the current result, he would have tried to kill Yang Chen in the spiritual realm and the celestial realm as early as possible. Whether it was the Jade Emperor, the Shentian sect, or the Zhao family, apart from Sect Master Wang, anyone else's cultivation far surpassed Yang Chen's. However, they were now in the Mountain River geographical map. No matter how high their cultivation was, they couldn't be higher than the Lady of Earth. They couldn't be stronger than the Mountain River geographical map that had absorbed and refined the God realm to supplement the three realms. They could only be slaughtered. You're dead. I'll give you two choices. Yang Chen said to the dozen people in front of him, die here or die in the immortal slaying platform. What about our disciples? One of the ancestors of the Zhao family asked. I can spare their lives. Yang Chen said to the ancestor of the Zhao family, however, if they want to court death again, I don't mind a little. What about the disciples of the Shentian sect? The Jade Emperor also knew that he couldn't escape at this moment. When he heard that Yang Chen could even spare the disciples of the Zhao family, hope rose in the Jade Emperor's heart. They can live too. Yang Chen also gave the Jade Emperor a guarantee. As long as they don't think about doing stupid things in the future, they can live well. Life and death are actually in their own hands. I won't kill indiscriminately, but I'm not afraid of killing indiscriminately either. Whether it was the Jade Emperor or the ancestor of the Zhao family, these guys at least still thought about their own disciples. At the last moment, they wanted to find a way for their disciples to live. On this point, They were qualified as sect masters. Yang Chen agreed with their thoughts. The disciples of the Shentian sect and the Zhao family had already passed through the mountain river geographical map. They couldn't cause much trouble. Yang Chen wasn't afraid of them causing trouble. "I'll enter the immortal slaying platform." The Jade Emperor made his decision first. "If I can enter the immortal slaying platform, I won't have come to the celestial world for nothing." Enter the immortal slaying platform. The ancestor of the Zhao family was the same. Immortal slaying platform. The higher-ups of the other two sides all chose the immortal slaying platform. Just as the Jade Emperor said, the immortal slaying platform wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. If they could enter the immortal slaying platform, they wouldn't have come to the celestial world for nothing. In the next moment, Yang Chen and the Jade Emperor appeared in the immortal slaying platform. Yang Chen stood on the high platform of the immortal slaying platform. He held the immortal slaying saber in his hand and spoke coldly to the Jade Emperor beside him. "Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor." Chapter 2659. Yang Chen stood on the immortal beheading platform with more than a dozen heavenly yuan pills in his hand. This was left by the Jade Emperor, the senior members of the Profound Heaven sect, and several ancestors of the Zhao family. The senior members of the Profound Heaven sect were beheaded, the ancestors of the Zhao family were beheaded, the divine realm became the immortal world in the mountain river geographical map, and the Lingxiao treasure palace was also refined. The disciples of the Profound Heaven sect and those of the Zhao family were now meat on a chopping board. If he wanted them to live, he would live. If he wanted them to die, he would die. Although he promised a few dead people not to cause trouble for their children, the premise was that those guys had to be honest, otherwise, Yang Chen didn't mind killing them. At this point, the hatred of Yang Chen's previous life could basically be said to have been completely released. There was hatred for revenge, there was resentment for resentment, it was all over. Even the favor that Yang Chen owed in his previous life, old demon Yi also paid back, and the palace master also changed the tragedy of the past. The only one that Yang Chen felt that he had not paid back was Gao Yu. That was the person that Yang Chen never wanted to pay back, and he always wanted to be with her. His great hatred was avenged. Yang Chen suddenly felt empty in his heart, as if he had lost his goal in front of him. But soon, Yang Chen laughed. Hatred should never be the theme of life. He, Gao Yu, and the girls still had a good time to spend. There was no need to feel empty at all. In the sea where the Zhao family's nest was located, many cultivators were still besieging the formation at this moment. Seeing that the resistance of the formation was getting weaker and weaker, and the formation was broken in front of them, all the cultivators involved were greatly refreshed. Suddenly, the huge formation suddenly flashed, and each line of the formation radiated a dazzling light. All the cultivators were taken aback, and then they turned around and fled without thinking about it. This was clearly a sign that it was about to explode. Anyone who stayed there and waited for death would be a fool. Boom, the huge formation brought about a violent explosion, the sky fell and the earth shook. Even the cultivators flying in the air really felt that the whole vision was shaken a few times before it stopped. There weren't just a few explosions. What followed was another scene of doomsday. All sorts of scenes of the sea drying up, rocks crumbling, and the sky collapsing appeared before everyone's eyes. Even a fool could see that this was not an ordinary explosion of a formation. It was clearly the explosion of a huge spatial magic treasure. When everything calmed down and the dust settled, what appeared before the group of cultivators was an exceptionally terrifying scene. There was no doubt that the array formation had been destroyed. The key was that the ruins at the center of the array formation had also been destroyed. Due to the violent explosion just now, a huge crater with a radius of at least 10 million miles was formed on the vast ocean. The surrounding seawater was still surging in crazily, but the crater was so big that it could not be filled in a short period of time. It directly formed a huge whirlpool here, slowly rising. Countless ferocious sea beasts were caught in this terrifying ocean current and were spinning uncontrollably. The cultivators could see the fear in the eyes of many huge sea beasts, but none of them dared to move forward. They just stared blankly at the area, wanting to cry but having no tears. Hundreds of years of hard work had gone to waste in an instant. Other than useless ruins, they had obtained nothing. At the same time, an earth-shattering explosion came from the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches in the capital of the Heavenly Courts. It directly alarmed all the cultivators in the capital of the Heavenly Courts. The important figures who had the right to enter the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches put down what they were doing and headed straight for the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches. Not to mention the important figures in the capital, even the ordinary cultivators and servants knew that the Jade Emperor had borrowed the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches to go into seclusion for 1,000 years. What was the meaning of this sudden explosion? What kind of big change happened? With such a huge explosion, who would care if the Jade Emperor was willing to let them in? Even if the Jade Emperor was unwilling, they would still force their way in. After all, the Jade Emperor was from the Shentian sect. The cloudy palace of the Golden Arches was still standing in its original spot. Seeing this scene, everyone felt that it was strange. It would be strange if the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches could be destroyed by an explosion so easily. The hall was in a mess. All sorts of things that everyone was familiar with were almost all deformed. That was the power of the explosion. Everyone only took a glance before starting to search for the owner. Things were just things. What was important was the Jade Emperor's situation. Unfortunately, there was no one in the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches. Other than the cultivators who came in later, there was not a single living thing. Where did the Jade Emperor go? Where did the servants go? This was what everyone wanted to know the most. Very quickly, each of the major sect sent out 2 elder-level experts to investigate the incident in the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches. They had to find out what exactly happened. Next, the news of the explosion in the ocean also spread here. Then, something even more shocking happened. When the experts in charge of the investigation found the Shentian sect, they realized that other than a few nobodies who kept up the facade, the Shentian sect had become an empty shell. The disciples of the Shentian sect were immediately taken down and interrogated. In the end, they got some clues from an elder who was in charge of the Shentian sect's scripture depository. The disciples of the Shentian sect had been brought into the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches by the Jade Emperor and the sect leader, but they didn't know what exactly they were doing. It was easy to connect the dots. It wasn't a secret that the Zhao family had a half-world of divine realm. Thinking about the huge explosion in the ocean and the explosion in the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches at almost the same time, if the major sect still couldn't connect such an obvious clue, they would all be idiots. The experts of the major sect weren't idiots. Therefore, they quickly came to a conclusion. The Jade Emperor entering the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches to cultivate in seclusion was a lie. The real reason was that he brought the disciples of the Shentian sect to refine the Zhao family's divine realm. They didn't know where the Shentian sect got the news and found a chance to refine the Zhao family's divine realm. Therefore, they hid in the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches, a place that no one expected, and calmly set up the refinement. The Zhao family was definitely unwilling to be refined by the Shentian sect, so they fought back. However, in the end, they were really helpless. In order to prevent the divine realm from falling into the hands of the Shentian sect, they tried their best to cause the divine realm to self-destruct, which resulted in the huge explosion in the Zhao family's lair in the ocean. As for the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches, it naturally backfired when the Zhao family self-destructed, blowing up all the arrangements that the Jade Emperor had set up. As for where the Jade Emperor and the disciples of the Shentian sect went, everyone was looking forward to it. They probably thought that they had the upper hand and entered the divine realm. Then, as the divine realm self-destructed, the disciples of the Shentian sect and the Zhao family became the burial objects of the divine realm. They didn't find any corpses, but everyone wanted to believe that it was true. In particular, during the years of investigation, not a single disciple of the mysterious Heaven sect or the Zhao family had appeared. This matter had already been confirmed. Chapter 2660. Everything was an illusion presented by Yang Chen to everyone, just to let everyone know that something had happened to the Shentian sect and the Zhao family. As for how the parties interpreted it, it was the business of each party. Yang Chen's mind was no longer on these things. The Jade Emperor was gone, but the Heavenly Court could not be without a master for a day, so the major sect competed fiercely. The big shots of the heavenly court were not easy to deal with. In the face of the title of Haotian Emperor, they were all tempted. For the time being, the affairs of the heavenly court were managed by the temporary disposal agency designated by the Jade Emperor before he went into seclusion, but the competition for the position of the Jade Emperor had reached its climax. Take a good look. Big brother Li Cheng and young Chen did not care about the chaotic situation. They just drank wine freely. Big brother Li Cheng did not forget to point out to young Chen when he was drinking, "Don't think that you have no desires when you cultivate to the immortal world. Look at them and you will understand." The women have been serving young Chen. At this moment, they looked at the changes in the heavenly court from various channels, and they all sighed. Among those who were fighting for the position, there was no lack of predecessors of their sect. They used to think that he was a master, but now they found out that he was just a mortal. Fortunately, none of the predecessors on young Chen's side had such thoughts. Ancestor Lu was a lazy person. He didn't even care about the sect he created. Later, he threw it to the head of the palace. He took Madame Bai to the newly refined immortal world by the mountain river geographical map. Yang Jian and Neza were two fierce people. They liked to fight and kill, but they didn't like any tricks. They would not even look at the position of the Jade Emperor. The ancestors of the Dragon Clan did not care about this. They were now happily arranging the great events of the Dragon Clan. Yang Chen promised that if the mountain river geographical map was independent of the three realms, he would take them with him. Now it was time to fulfill the promise. What do you think? Big brother Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen's thoughtful look and couldn't help but ask him. It's normal. Yang Chen seemed to be very emotional. He smiled and shook his head, then nodded and said, "This is human nature." You're not angry? Big brother Li Cheng thought that Yang Chen would be angry at those who fought for the position of Jade Emperor. In the end, Yang Chen was so nonchalant. There are so many cultivators with different thoughts. Wouldn't the three realms be in a mess? What's so annoying? Yang Chen laughed. The same rice feeds all kinds of people. Some like this, some like that, some pursue power, and some are willing to live a simple life. Isn't this the wonderful thing about this world? If the three realms were filled with living beings like you and me, with the same personalities and the same pursuits, then how monotonous and boring would this world be? This time, Big brother Li Cheng didn't say anything else. He just nodded his head, picked up his wine cup, and lightly touched Yang Chen's cup. The two of them drank a cup with great tacit understanding, looked at each other and smiled. Everything was understood without words. When the girls saw their big brother Dao ancestor and their husband's elegant actions, they were momentarily dazed. Their husband's back seemed to have a fatal attraction to them. I'm relieved now. After a long time, Big brother Li Cheng said again, refine the three realms. The demon world and the mortal world are still connected, and the demon world and the spirit world are also connected. The Lingxiao treasure hall has always been in the immortal world. Refine it all and protect this wonderful world. Yang Chen still did not say anything this time. He nodded heavily and agreed. The various parties in the immortal world fought endlessly and were almost about to use force. On the other hand, Yang Chen began to refine the three realms leisurely. Under the control of the Lady of Earth, the cultivators of the three realms did not notice at all. They had already merged into the world of the mountain river geographical map bit by bit. Master Yang came out of seclusion and did not disappoint everyone. He successfully advanced to a 9th grade alchemist. Once the pills refined by Master Yang were released, they were well received. Those who took them were even pleasantly surprised to find that Master Yang's pills could also increase the 3 qi of fortune, and longevity. It was simply a pleasant surprise. From then on, Master Yang's pills were highly sought after, and the supply could not meet the demand. Chunyang Palace also went on the right track. When Ancestor Lu's identity as the ancestor of the immortal world was exposed, it became the biggest surprise in the immortal world. All the cultivators were dumbfounded. Fortunately, Chunyang Palace did not care about the discord of the other sect. They also did not think of participating in the fight for the Jade Emperor's position. This caused all the parties to try their best to rope in Chunyang Palace. Chunyang Palace also naturally became one of the super sect in the immortal world. Its overall strength even surpassed a few of the veteran super sect. Yang Chen and Neza appeared and became best friends with Yang Chen. However, they did not join Chunyang Palace and still acted alone. Just the names of these two ferocious people could suppress almost all the disloyal fellows in the immortal world. After the dragon race ancestor prepared for many years, they finally completed their plan. In the past, when the three realms were in chaos, the dragon race ancestor evacuated the dragon race from the spirit world and gathered them in the immortal world. Ao Lan and the others were just watching over Ao Sen in the spirit world. Once the matter was settled, they would immediately ascend. Since they arrived at a new world, they naturally could not just stay in one world. Even if it was the dragon race, experiencing hardships and experiencing the tribulation was also a natural way of cultivation. Therefore, a batch of dragon eggs that had been prepared for a long time were sent to the mortal world of the Mountain River geographical map by Yang Chen and Gong Sun Ling. From then on, the dragon race would cultivate normally and ascend normally, just like other races. The demonic chi and demonic chi slowly circulated in the huge world, naturally tending to balance. For cultivators, although the difficulty of cultivation increased a lot, it made the foundation more solid and more resistant to the invasion of various heart demons. Can you tolerate a woman ascending to the throne of the Jade Emperor? In the process of refining the three realms, Goddess Hutu suddenly asked Yang Chen a question. As long as she has both ability and integrity, why not? Yang Chen replied casually. Then Yang Chen learned that Goddess Hutu took a fancy to the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island. The island master indeed met Yang Chen's requirements and fully had the ability to govern the heavenly court. Since the goddess valued him, and Yang Chen also felt that this could show the fairness of cultivation, he simply began to support the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island. With the support of Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace, the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island became the first female Jade Emperor in the world. The Jade Emperor ascended the throne, the long chaos in the immortal world began to calm down, and the three realms returned to normal again. Thousands of years later, the three realms was refined by the Mountain River geographical map and officially became a part of the new three realms. All the loopholes that did not conform to the heavenly Tao rules were made up, and the new three realms solved the balance of demonic chi and demonic chi. The area was wider and there were more creatures. When everything was on track, Brother Li Cheng appeared in front of Yang Chen again. Do you want to go out and see? After drinking a lot of wine with Yang Chen, Brother Li Cheng suddenly asked Yang Chen an inexplicable question. Go out? Where are we going? Yang Chen asked inexplicably. Outside. Brother Li Cheng smiled and said, outside the three realms, outside the Mountain River geographical map. How do I get out? Yang Chen suddenly realized something. Now the Mountain River geographical map was the three realms, and the three realms was the Mountain River geographical map. In the past, the three realms could go out from the Mountain River geographical map, and the three realms could also enter the Mountain River geographical map, but now how to go out? If you want to go out, you can go out. Brother Li Cheng laughed. Yang Chen was stunned, and then he laughed, and then naturally left the Mountain River geographical map as he did in the past. The next moment, Yang Chen's body came to a completely strange world. This was a wider world, fresher and more comfortable, which made Yang Chen feel that every breath of air was full of a different kind of vitality. The figure beside him flashed, and the figure of Brother Li Cheng appeared next to Yang Chen, looking at Yang Chen with a smile. Where is this? Brother. Yang Chen looked around and asked Brother Li Cheng. The sacred realm. Brother Li Cheng replied. This is the sacred realm. Yes. What about the three realms in the past? What about a you, a Ling, and the others? Your world, your women, you take care of them. Why are you asking me? Oh.